cost effective, and the importance of keeping enough plumbers, which by the way we don't have enough, so we need to get more people trained up over here. So thank you so much for that. And I want to recognize the water department. And they have had, last night was the first of 5 community outreaches. They were in Kilauea last night. So we have a team of roughly 100 members. And as you're talking about the importance of waters, you know, feeds all of us here, 75,000 plus people plus all of our visitors, but it's roughly 100 staff members, which for the amount of work that they do, it's phenomenal what they produce. So as we're acknowledging water, I want to get everybody to go show up to these water meetings, because we really do need to increase our rates. And so water is really priceless, and so it's pretty cheap when I think about what brushing our teeth and washing our clothes and taking a shower. It's worth it for us to be willing to raise those rates so we can distribute more water to people. So I'm glad that you guys are here pulling attention to this. So thank you to the plumbers and pipe fitters, and also to our members of the Department of Water who are working so hard. And people go out and go to these meetings. Tonight, I believe it's in Kapa'a at Kula Kula at 5 o'clock to 7. I had to just do a pitch right there for them.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just say thank you all for being here. And yeah, we do definitely appreciate clean water. I'm not sure what your schedules are. I know you guys were here for the State of the County. That got canceled. But if you're hanging out today, you're welcome to stay. We're going to have some discussion on wastewater as well. We have a resolution for some funding. We'd love to have you hang out and listen to that as well. But if nothing else, thank you again. We'll take a very short break to get a picture, and then we'll reconvene. Okay? With that, take a short recess. Okay, and one more item of business before we get to the agenda. On the first council meeting of every month, we do invite our community leaders to come here and give us some words of wisdom and give us a little blessing for the month. And today we are happy to have Pastor Aaron Childester from the Kauai Bible Church to bless us here as we do every month. Welcome.
Amen. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Aaron Chidester. I'm the pastor of Kauai Bible Church. And I was joking with my team this week that I would not be praying any passive-aggressive prayers just for our project. All right, so this is fully unbiased. Hallelujah. As I was praying for our council members this week, this was the word of encouragement that the Lord gave me. Proverbs 19:21 says, "Many plans are in a person's heart, but the advice of the Lord will stand." Isaiah 55:8-9, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts higher than your thoughts." And finally, Matthew 11:28-30 says, "Come to me, all you who are weary and heavy burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is comfortable and my burden is light." For each of our council members, I know that you guys carry a heavy burden. The decisions that you make cause people's livelihoods and well-being to rise or fall. And I also know that not only do you have many plans in your heart, but you talk to hundreds and hundreds of people that all have ideas of what you should be doing. And I just want to encourage you today. Take all of those burdens, take all of those thoughts, lay them down at the feet of Jesus, and he promises you rest, and he promises to share with you God's thoughts, God's advice. And I know that if we make our decisions based off of God's thoughts, then we will be in divine favor, and Kauai and Ni'ihau will be abundantly blessed. So find his rest and find his thoughts. Amen? Let's pray. Lord, as we go to prayer today, we just, our thoughts are first and foremost on everybody staying safe and dry. Lord, we are grateful for rain, especially as we just heard about Water Month. Lord, and so we are grateful for rain, but Lord, we don't want that rain to cause any damage, to cause any loss of life, to cause any loss of property. And so, God, we pray just the right amount of rain, and Lord, keep us all safe this week as this storm passes through. And God, we lift up our council members before you today. God, I thank you for their sacrifice. I thank you for the mantle they have taken on to lead and to serve our county. And Lord God, I pray that they would not lead from a place of burdened down, weighted down, but Lord, they would lead from a place of freedom, Lord, because you do the heavy lifting. And Lord God, your yoke fits just right so that they can lead and be the people that you've called them to be. So God, I thank you that their ears, their natural ears are open to hear the needs of our county. And I thank you that their spiritual ears are open to hear the thoughts of God, Lord, so that they can lead us, and Lord, that they can shape policy and decisions and movements, Lord, that our island will thrive, and Lord, we will all experience the abundant life. So thank you for the rest that you promise, and I thank you for that rest over our faithful servants today. We give you all the praise in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank
you very much. Stay dry. Okay, with that, we do have two public hearings scheduled today. We will start with Bill number 2981. Madam Clerk, can you read the notice, please?
Notice is hereby given that the Kauai County Council hold a public hearing on March 11, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. and soon thereafter in the council chambers, 4396 Rice Street in room 201 in the Historic County Building in Lihue, on Bill number 2981, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax. This bill proposes to amend Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended by providing the Director of Finance with inspection and examination of real property powers and expressly providing the Director with the authority to promulgate rules with retroactive effect. Chair, we have no written testimony on this matter.
We do have?
We don't.
Okay. Anybody in the audience wishing to testify on this matter? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Can you read the notice for Bill number 2984, please?
Notice is hereby given that the Kauai County Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter in the Historic County Building on Bill Number 2984, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Article 27, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended relating to shoreline setback and coastal protection. This bill proposes to amend the shoreline setback ordinance articulated in Chapter 8, Article 27, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended by adding safeguards that protect life and property and ensure the longevity and integrity of Kauai's coastal and beach resources along the shoreline. Chair, we do have 4 pieces of written testimony.
Thank you. And we don't have any remote testimony. Do we have any registered speakers?
No registered.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify at this public hearing? This is the shoreline setback bill. Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. Okie doke. With that, I will call the meeting to order. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Bolasan is absent. Councilmember Carvalho.
Here.
Councilmember Cowden.
Here.
Councilmember Holland.
Present.
Councilmember Kaneshiro.
Present.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Present.
Council Chair Opozo.
Here.
6 present, 1 excused.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Chair, next item are items on the consent calendar for receipt, C2026, minutes of the following meetings of the council. February 18, 2026, the public hearing regarding Bill Number 2980, Bill Number 2982, and Bill Number 2983.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Now, items on the consent calendar for receipt, C2026-50, 51, and on page 3, C2026, 52, and 53.
Move to receive.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item are communications, C2026-54, communication from the fire chief requesting council approval to accept a donation of 1 new 2026 Kawasaki mule at an estimated value of $16,527.74 from the Kauai Lifeguard Association, increasing optimum function for emergency response, which will be placed at the Hanalei Pine Trees Tower.
Move to approve with a thank you letter to the Kauai Lifeguard Association.
Second. Yeah.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony?
I think we have our lifeguard, our ocean safety officer. Can we just bring them up and just say thank
Do you
you?
have a question?
It's not really a question, but, well, maybe, yeah, I guess.
With that, I'll suspend the rules.
Hi, Chad.
Hello. Chad Lisbon, Kauai County Lifeguard.
So this is going to Hanalei?
Yes, this is going to Pine Trees Tower. We have one that's lived its life and it's about to be retired, and this one will help out a lot.
Okay. You guys do awesome work. I just want to, again, even acknowledge Chance's rescue right there at that tower with that. And does this go out to KA and Hyena, or is there a separate one out there?
We do have 2 ATVs that are one's at stationed at KA Beach and one's at Hyena Beach.
Yeah.
This one will be at Pine Trees and stored in the base yard. And we have.
Okay.
So
Oh, yeah, this is a mule. I was thinking a jet ski. It's a mule. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just a little
So you
side by
just
side.
drive it around. Okay, well, I just really want to make a point to say thank you to the Lifeguard Association, because it's mostly the visitor industry that pays for it. So I think it's really good to acknowledge that, and just want to say.
Yeah, this is from one of our donors that used to live on the island. He has since moved away, but he's donated I think 4 mules, a jet ski, and I think possibly even a truck. So
Okay, so this is an individual, not.
individual donating to Kauai County KLA, and then earmarking it for us on the North Shore.
Okay, well, I don't even know who that is, but right now I'm telling. Is it a he?
Yes.
It's a man.
Peter Couture, he doesn't live here anymore.
Yes.
He's somebody that we took care of. He's slightly disabled, and he really enjoyed watching us work at Pavilion Tower, and felt safe when we were there. So he would get his swims in, daily swims in that he needed to stay healthy, and he's since moved back to the mainland, and he still calls us every year and checks on us and asks what we need.
Okay, well, thank you.
Cares about us.
Thank you for sharing that story. It's really important, for us to know who all, not just the council, but for the community, to know that we are cared about by different individuals. So that's a big gift. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for our lifeguards? Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Again, mahalo to KLA for always stepping up. The motion is to approve with a thank you letter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item is C2026-55, communication from the Managing Director requesting council approval to accept an after donation of a 7x7 three-dimensional table map of the island of Kauai from the Westin Princeville Resort with an original cost of $130,000. During recent resort renovations, the artwork was going to be dismantled and disposed of. The artwork was placed up by the Department of Public Works, the Roads Division, on February 12, 2026, and will be displayed in the Pi'ikoi Atrium in front of the housing agency.
Move to approve with a thank you letter to the Westin Princeville Resort.
Second.
Thank you. And this isn't after the fact. I want to thank Samira C. Ali from the HLTA. She reached out to me and said that they had this amazing work of art that was going to be demolished in the renovations, and asked if the county wanted to get it. And I didn't want to see that thing get destroyed. It's a beautiful 3D map of the island. So I called Reiko, the managing director, and she said they would gladly take it because they had space for it. I mean, we don't have space here. But we could not get the request for the approval before they were going to dismantle and destroy it. So they did take it, and that's why it's here after the fact.
Just have a question. Is it in place yet? I don't think I've seen it.
I'm under the, I think it is. I think it's in the atrium. I'm not sure. I was
So is
told
it
that
flat?
it's there.
Or is it on the wall? It's flat?
No, it's flat. It's flat with, it's a 3D though, so it's a beautiful.
So it's near like the restaurant in the atrium there?
Big open area.
I want to go.
Okay, Reiko, you want to come up?
This sounds
I didn't
great.
see you here. With that, I'll suspend the rules. I want to thank Reiko for
'Cause
saying yes.
it hasn't been very long since I've been right in that area. When did it go up?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago at
Okay.
Reiko Matsuyama, mayor's office. Thanks to our Hanalei Roads crew, they're the ones that went pretty urgently, changed their schedule to get it. So there was some urgency because they were doing renovations, so they were gonna demolish. So yeah, it's now like in that dugout area.
Okay, near the dugout, near the restaurant. Okay, I'm going to go look at it. Wonderful.
Thanks, Reiko. That I'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion? The motion is to approve with a thank you letter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
C 2026-56, communication from Council Chair Raposo and Councilmember Kaneshiro, transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax.
Move to receive.
This is the memo that is attached to the bill, which will come up later. But if anyone here wants to testify on the ag bill and not have to wait for it to come up, I'll accept your testimony here today. If not, the motion is to receive. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
On page 4, legal document C2026-57, communication from the Housing Director recommending council approval of a waiver, release, and indemnity agreement with the Department of Water for the development of the Lima'ola Community Park project in Phase 1 of the Lima'ola subdivision situated at TMK number 421-013-003-000 in Ele'ele, Kauai, Hawaii for construction activities. This again is a waiver, release, and indemnity agreement.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Chair, next item are claims. C2026-58, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the County of Kauai by Natalie Rain for vehicle damage, personal injury, and medical bills pursuant to Section 23.06, Chart of the County of Kauai. C2026-59, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the county of Kauai by Derek Jing for vehicle damage pursuant to section 23.06, Charter of the county of Kauai. C2026-60, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the county of Kauai by Gail Mandy for vehicle damage pursuant to section 23.06, Charter of the county of Kauai. C2026-61, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the county of Kauai by Carla Hart for personal injuries and medical bills pursuant to section 23.06, Charter of the county of Kauai. And C2026-62, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the county of Kauai by Tara Rose Pereira for vehicle damage pursuant to section 23.06, Charter of the county of Kauai.
To refer to the county attorney for disposition and report back as necessary.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
On page 5, committee reports from your Committee on Parks and Recreation and Transportation, CRPRT 2026-01 and CRPRT 2026-02.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
From your Committee on Finance and Economic Development, CRFED 2026-03.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item.
Your next item is a resolution, resolution number 2026-07, resolution approving the Hawaii State Association of Counties slate of officers for calendar year 2026.
To approve.
Any discussion or public testimony? This is our State Association of Counties. One member from each county sits on that board. Basically, our lobbying organization for the counties. On Kauai, our representative is Councilmember Carvalho, who will be the new secretary. Congratulations, Allison. Or, I'm sorry, Christian, you're the new secretary. Awesome. All right. If there is no discussion or public testimony, the motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho. Aye. Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo.
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excused.
Next item, please.
On page 6, resolution number 2026-08, resolution authorizing filing of the Kauai County 2026 Action Plan, the Community Development Block Grant with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, United States of America, for a grant under Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 and 1987, Public Laws 93-383 and 100-242 as amended.
Move to approve.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony?
We're not going to have any discussion on it?
No, that's what we were here.
Okay, but Adam's not here.
I'm not sure. I think our CDBG person is here.
Oh,
With that, I'll suspend the rules. Can you guys come up, please? Someone from the administration.
The whole team is there except us.
Okay. Thank you. I had looked at this and it looked fine, but I always think it's important for the public, and just in case we have any questions, you want to give us just a real brief overview? It's our HUD money, right?
Correct. Good morning, Chair, Vice Council members. Good morning. I'm Carrie Barros. I am the Community Development Block Grant Coordinator for the Housing Agency. With me is Ana Kanoho, who is the Federal Programs Support Specialist. We are presenting a resolution to authorize the filing of the Annual Action Plan for Program Year 2026. The action plan will be sent to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The action plan serves not only as an application for us to receive CDBG funds, but it also serves as a document to show how federal funds will be invested and used during the program year. The action plan also provides information on the projects that have been selected and recommended for funding. And Anna will describe those projects.
Yeah, maybe just quick, show which ones were do they have the money yet, or we're applying for the money? Okay, because they're all really worthy, and so I think it's good just to get at least a quick review of who we are backing for this $781,000. And maybe is the extra 80,000 separate? We just go ahead and name the ones, I guess.
Okay. Hello, Chair. Hello, Vice Chair, Council members. For the record, Ana Kanoho, Federal Program Support Specialist for the Housing Agency. I will review the projects, the recommended projects, and the funding amounts for each. We have 3 public facilities and improvements projects. The first is ADA ramp for the Y Youth Transition Home. This is by Haleo Pio in the amount of $40,788. This is to design, construct, and install an ADA compliant ramp to provide access to essential behavioral health and supportive housing services for youth from low to moderate income families. We have Kauai Aukoi Restoration Project. This is by Mental Health Kokua in the amount of $282,000. This is to renovate an existing group home for adults with serious mental illness at risk of homelessness. And then the last of the public facilities and improvements projects is Kealala Phase 2 photovoltaic system installation. This is by the Kauai County Housing Agency in the amount of $200,000. This is to install a photovoltaic system to decrease energy costs at the long-term supportive rental housing project for families transitioning out of homelessness. Then we have 2 public service projects. The first of these is Keala Foundation Transportation Program. This is by Keala Foundation in the amount of $57,735. These funds are being used for driver salaries, fuel, maintenance, and insurance of existing vehicles to facilitate youth participation in drug prevention and intervention programs supporting mental and physical health and offer reliable transportation for low to moderate income families. We also have MTC, which is Makana Training Center Youth Development Project. This is by Iwi Kua in the amount of $53,000. These funds will be used for staff salaries, operational costs, and purchase operational supplies, equipment, and assessment tools to conduct after-school program for youth grades 6 to 8 from low to moderate income families to support physical health, emotional well-being, and positive engagement. And then we have the administration for CDBG, which includes general program administration, project implementation, oversight, compliance, monitoring, evaluation, record keeping, and reporting. This is in the amount of $147,000 or $647, excuse me. The total anticipated funding is $781,170. An alternate project has been identified should any of these projects not proceed. It's a public facilities and improvements project. This is 2026 Haleho'omalu Family Center Critical Safety Improvements Project Phase 2. This is by CFS Real Property, Child and Family Services, in the amount of $80,000 to design, along with permitting and installation of window replacements to enhance safety, functionality, and long-term sustainability, serving our low to moderate income families. And we have also made available, the housing agency anticipates receiving $738,234, and the housing agency has also made available $42,936 from program income, otherwise known as revolving loan funds.
Okay. Thank you so much, and just gratitude to all these organizations that work hard to make a difference for the people who are at risk or struggling a little bit. So, and I'm really thankful to the Housing Department for reaching out and finding ways to help our nonprofits work. So good job.
Mr. Cooley?
Thank you for all of that detail. Can you share a little bit, since you're here and you're talking about all the people that are getting the awards in this cycle? Can you just tell us basically what the program is? Is there an annual cycle? Who's eligible? What's the smallest grants, the largest grants? And is it these basic categories, public facilities and improvements, and public services, that is the eligible type of expenditures? And then the final question about the whole program is, can a nonprofit out there, well, first of all, does the entity applying have to be a nonprofit, 501c3, or can they have a fiscal sponsor? Just an overview of the program, if you will.
If I missed any of your questions, you'll have to remind me.
No worries.
So CDBG is the Community Development Block Grant Program, of course, funded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So we receive their federal funds. The national objective for CDBG is to serve low to moderate income families. So the goal is that the beneficiary is from low to moderate income. This is an annual cycle, correct? Did you ask particularly about the amounts?
Who's eligible? Did they actually apply to you for a grant?
So nonprofits apply for these funds, for the grant funds. And
So established nonprofits with 501c3s, or can a newer organization use a fiscal sponsor?
I think Carrie might be better placed to answer that one.
Aloha, thank you. Carrie Barros. Those that are eligible are usually nonprofits, but CDBG can also fund government county projects, and we could also fund a for-profit organization. The categories under CDBG is public service type projects, economic development, housing, and public facilities and improvements. Those are the 4 categories that can be funded. We anticipate, because it's an annual grant, we anticipate about $700,000 annually. There's a 20% that goes to admin. There's a cap. There's also a cap for public service type projects, no more than 15% of the annual grant. And then the remaining can be awarded to the other categories, so economic development, housing, and public facilities. The lowest amount is usually around $25,000. That's what we've done in the past, and those are usually for public service type projects, and then whatever is remaining for what we anticipate receiving annually. So one could apply for 500-something thousand for one project.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I have a follow-up on that. So if entities in our community are watching this, is there a release of when this grant becomes available, or can they be proactive and call the housing department and just say, can you put me on your email list, so when the grant becomes available that they're made aware of it?
Mm-hmm. That is yes to all.
Okay.
It is an annual cycle, so we are always working with 3 cycles. Ones that we've already awarded. We're already preparing for the application cycle that comes out in October of every year. And then we're also we accept calls all year long for technical assistance on what projects are eligible for funding. We post everything on our website. We have public hearings, normally starting in September through November. We do public hearings and we do workshops. We post our PowerPoint that has all of the information needed for applications, and we are always in the community, in the grocery store, talking about what projects, what organizations are in need of what, and how we can look to see how those projects could be eligible for CDBG funding. So yes to all of them.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to thank you both. I know that there are a number of projects that you help, and you help individuals. You guys do some really amazing things. So I appreciate you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions? Mr. Kanashiro?
I have a question. I heard you're retiring. When are you retiring?
Whoa, whoa.
No, you're too young.
It's got hot in here all of a sudden. Yes, I am. May 29th will be my last day at the county.
Okay.
No, it's not.
What's that?
I said, no, it's not.
And Anna will be taking your spot?
At this point, I'm not sure, but
I will be applying for whatever position.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank you, for all your services. I mean, throughout the years, you've been awesome.
Yeah.
Every year coming up with this money, explaining all the projects. And if you look back at how many projects you've awarded and the type of impact it's made, it's probably super huge. So I just want to say thank you for all your hard work.
appreciate that. I've thoroughly enjoyed working this job. It's just amazing working with the community and other county departments, and it's been fun. It's federal funds and it's intense, but it is good work, and I've just been blessed to work with a lot of good people.
Good.
Do good work.
Thank you.
I have one follow-up comment. I really want to encourage you to do strong succession planning. Make sure that whoever is behind you is really well trained up, because I know for individual families, you also make a really huge difference. And so I go, oh no, because what a gift you are to so many people individually. I'm sure that you have changed lives all over this island. And so I want to make sure that we stay strong and mighty.
Her succession plan started 2 years ago.
Okay, all right.
I just want to say, with the leadership of Adam and others in the admin at Housing Agency, it's been such good leadership that we have a plan in place. And yes, Anna was hired to support all of the housing agency's federal programs. So she learned all the different programs in plans for when us kupuna get ready to retire. So I think we're in a good place for transitioning. And
You hold your age well. I hadn't anticipated.
Thank you. Mr. Cooley?
Yeah, I just wanted to say mahalo. Thank you for all your service over the years. It doesn't even seem like it's been that long, and it's so weird to hear you call yourself kupuna.
Yeah.
And I
Senior
still
citizen
remember
dis-
Joe Shimamoto.
Yeah.
You working with Joe and all of that. So,
yes,
wow. Always been good work, so thank you so much.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Cavalli?
Yeah, just appreciate all the work that you've done from day one all the way up till today, and with Ohana now, right? So that's the bigger part right now. I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work, and you will leave back some great opportunities for others to take on and move forward for the community. And I think that's a big part. So mahalo.
Anything else? If not, thank you very much. Congratulations on your retirement. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
This is roll call.
Anybody in the audience wishing to testify while the rules are suspended? Seeing none, I'll call a meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho.
All right?
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Oposo.
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excuse.
Next item, please.
The next item is resolution number 2026-09, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of finance in the county of Kauai to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Hawaii and Department of Health for a loan from the state water pollution control revolving fund for the residential cesspool conversion program, county of Kauai residential cesspool conversion program 2, project number RCC 00KA02.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, with that, I will suspend the rules. Is someone here to talk about, only because there's, one of the questions we get asked a lot is about the cesspool conversion. So if you can just share with us.
Good morning, Council. Kaua Duncan with the County of Kauai Housing Agency. This is a resolution to approve. It's required. So the Department of Health Wastewater Branch is giving us another round of funding, $1 million, to continue a second round of the residential cesspool conversion grant program that the housing agency has been administering. So we've done it once, and this is going to be the second round of funds that we're requesting. The next, if this gets approved, then we work with DOH to secure a loan agreement, and then from there we would start the process on the county side, housing agency side, to set up the application, start taking applications, and then moving forward with that process.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
Yeah, I guess I'll take any questions, but this is the second round that we're asking for, but there is kind of a process that we have learned through the first round, going through applications, awarding folks. It is a reimbursement grant, so folks who are awarded have to go through the process of, paying the money and installing the septic, and then they submit their proof of payment and approval to use letter that they get from Department of Health to us. We go back and request it to Department of Health for the money, and then we cut checks to the folks who have completed. So it's a reimbursement grant, and so there's been some pros and cons with that, but I think at least with the first round, we've had some folks that were very happy to get it. Definitely stoked to come in and pick up that $20,000 check after getting that septic completed. So, but yeah, with that, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Puli'i and then Mrs. Calder.
You did share in your memo highlights from the program, and
Yep.
You received 340 applicants, and you were only able to award 100.
Correct.
So do you maintain those 240 additional applicants, and will you try to address them in order of receipt, or how is that going to work?
Yeah, that's correct. So we had 340 folks that had applied, and the way that we scored them is actually per Kauai County Code Ordinance 1104 that had set preferences and priorities, and so we scored all of them, all 340, and the top scored 100 is who we initially offered the grant agreements to. And we kept that sort of scored list as our master list and going down, which was really good, which proved to be important because one of the drawbacks of the program was, several people kind of, after getting the grant, decided it was too expensive, so they decided to drop out. So we would pull folks from the next person on our scored wait list.
And you talked about this $2 million award coming from the state, right? So is it a 2-year award? So you do $1 million a year? How does it work?
So the award for this next round is actually only for $1 million. The first phase was $2 million.
Okay. So we had $2 million, now we're getting additional $1 million.
Correct. Yeah.
And are you looking at any other potential pots of funding, considering there's such a large amount of people interested in doing this important work, right? And the pilot obviously seems to be working. So if it's working and more funding means we get more done, are you looking at other sources of funding, and will you be coming to us during budget for additional funding? Or for funding, because you haven't had any specific county funding.
For this second round, the $1 million is all that we've been able to secure. As far as county funds being applied to this program, I don't think that's been discussed yet.
And then the last question, and maybe it's an Adam question, I don't know. When budget comes, we do have now the housing fund, and we just made some additions to make it more permissive, if you will, to apply to other types of funding, housing support, if you will. Would this be eligible for the housing fund?
No, this will just be kind of specific to Department of Wastewater Branches funds that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the residential cesspool grant, language that the housing agency is following per ordinance 1104.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Golden?
My memory is it was $2 million for the whole state, and we were the only county that raised our hand. Is that right? This was a couple years ago.
I think that was the case. We were the only island that was able to use the funding for the cesspool grant.
And so is it $1 million now because a different island also got the other $1 million?
I believe so. I would have to double check.
So this time we're going to be able to help 50 houses.
Correct. Yeah.
50 houses, and then were we partnering with Hawaii Federal Credit Union or someone like that, so that that there was a partnership program, so that the credit union would maybe front that $20,000, and so that the people, when they got the $20,000 after it was done, they were able to put it back, because a lot of people didn't have the $20,000 up front. Am I remembering correctly?
That's correct. Kauai FCU had a septic loan program that allowed folks to, basically take out a loan and pay zero interest until their septic was completed, and then they got the
money and they got it back.
Yeah.
So that made this be accessible to so many people, because otherwise it maybe wouldn't have been. Do you know if they still have that program this year?
I would have to double check with them, but I think so. I think it's still available, even if you're not,
If you can check with that, because it's good for people to know. So I know many people that got called, they were like, oh, I don't have $20,000, and they let it go because they didn't have that money to start with. So
we can ask some clarity. Where did $20,000 come from?
That's the $2 million, and then you could go up to $20,000 per.
So that's the cap, 20,000.
That's the cap.
So for the first round, we had $2 million. We awarded $120,000 grants.
Okay. Are we keeping it at 20,000? I'm just wondering, because it looks like the cost has gone up to like 70,000.
That's a good point. Actually, we do have the flexibility to with Department of Wastewater Branch, we verify that we could increase it if we felt.
I'm thinking this would more help like 20 people.
And for clarity, it didn't pay the whole thing for anybody, and it wasn't ever $20,000 to put it in. It was just a piece to take it further, and the plumbers left, but they're not exactly septic. But what it seemed happened is once we put this requirement out, all of a sudden the septic systems went up from like 40,000 to 70,000.
Yeah, I want to keep it to questions of the administration. I don't want to get into the discussion of this is just to receive the funds.
Okay.
Any other questions for Kaua?
And I could comment that we were keeping track of what people were paying on the grants that we had. So the average was about 43,000. In the 85 that we have done so far, was about 43,000. The highest one that we saw somebody pay for was 77,000. We did see. We had heard from several of the grant recipients that some got quoted over $100,000. So yeah, it's definitely, the pricing is high.
But the good news is it pays for about half for most people. Close. That's what I said, about. Getting there.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none, I'll call a meeting back to order. Any further discussion?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just be brief, but for me, obviously money is good and help to convert. We need the money to help people transition, but I'm just concerned that we need to think way beyond that to address this issue. If costs have gone up so substantially over the last 5 years, we have this mandate by 2050. you know, we have to open up the options. We have to open up more options. And so this is a tiny Band-Aid. I'd be surprised if it fully funded 15 conversions. So while I'm happy to accept it, it's nowhere near enough for what we need.
I agree, and I believe we all did agree in the past, but this was money that was out there that nobody in the state was taking. So big shout outs to our housing department, and I think it was Luke, I can't remember, somebody helped go, let's grab it. It might have even been Luke and Mason. It was a while ago that we were looking at it. And so the housing department had to just stretch to put a place, you know, the staffing issue. So it was an effort to help some people. So helping some is better than none. But I'm in complete agreement. It's not enough, but thank you very much for what you've done and what you're going to continue to do.
Anyone else? I think the real shame here is the amount that we get. I mean, it's the amount that we get from the state who mandated the deadline for the cesspool conversions, basically forcing the counties to get into this dilemma. And, you know, I was quoted $62,000 for a septic at my small little house. I can't afford $62,000. I can't afford to front the money and then get $20,000 later. You know, it seems like the people that can do it don't need the help. You know, I mean, they have the ability, the financial ability to go out and get a second mortgage or refinance or whatever, and the ones that are trying to build that extra bedroom to keep their kid at home can't afford it, and they can't afford the upfront. So, but again, I think the amount we get is the discussion we got to start having. Is the state needs to provide more revenue. If they really want to see this happen by 2050, they need to provide the incentives. They need to provide the revenue. Otherwise, we're not going to get it done.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to follow you and say, you know, also the mandate has now made it so people are backed up by years. And so, like, I couldn't even get a quote, and people are saying that, you know, it could be 10 or 15 years out before their lists have already cleared. And so it's interesting to me about where that money, are those people that have already in line for that? Because it's sure not going to be people that are desperate to get it. So, I mean, it just opens up a lot of concern for me.
Any other discussion? If not, the motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Opozo?
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excused.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is resolution number 2026-10, resolution amending resolution number 2024-02, authorizing the mayor or the director of finance of the county of Kauai to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Hawaii Department of Health for a loan from the State Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund for the Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvements Phase 2, project number C15005508.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. With that, before we get Public Works up, I just wanted to share a few thoughts, and it's really not for the members, but for the public who might be watching this. The ask is that, and we'll see a presentation shortly, but the ask is for an increase in the sewer revolving fund loan that we approved back in 2014 in the amount of $14 million. So that is what's active right now, the $14 million. The ask is for an additional $11.5 million to take it to $25.5 million to do repairs on the Wailua wastewater treatment plant, the one there by Litgate. Basically to do some repairs. I just wanted to, again, for the public's information, so they understand when we have before the administration comes up and do their presentation, that, you know, this is a very antiquated facility. It's very old. And I will be asking the administration, so if you don't have the answer, please try to call somebody. But how much have we paid in emergency repairs over the last 5 years? Because I know we have paid a lot. This plant that we're talking about is located in a tsunami zone, in an inundation zone. And there's nothing we can do about that. It's there or it's not. The other thing is where this is located, there is no ability to expand this plant. So what we have is what we have. And we are not able to expand the capacity. we're not even operating at full capacity right now because of the system, the issues with the system, but we physically cannot expand this plant any larger. And we got to make a decision today on whether or not we continue to fund a plant that is antiquated in a tsunami zone and cannot be expanded, or do we reassign these funds to building a new plant? So that's what I want the public to hear, and because I think it's a big decision this body has to make, but I wanted to make sure that the public understands what we're dealing with today. So with that, I will suspend the rules and we can have Public Works come up.
Good morning, Chair Raposo.
Morning.
Council members. Thank you, Chair, for the opening. It highlights one of the biggest reasons why this resolution was proposed. What happened? I've been part of a lot of discussion during the past few years about relocation of the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant. And with this item up into this agenda, I got up early this morning with the matter on my mind. And while sitting in this gallery this morning, I decided to write down some of my thoughts. I'd like to lead into today's testimony with a summary of those thoughts. I understand the concern and debate towards spending significant funds on the current Wailoa wastewater treatment plant. And to instead focus significant spending towards the new wastewater treatment plant that we know is needed to meet future needs. The fact is that without the proposed repairs, the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant will fail to adequately treat effluent long before a new turnkey facility could be put online to treat all of the Wailoa and Kaua wastewater. The planned repairs to the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant are needed as soon as possible, being essential to achieving sufficient disinfection of treated effluent. Equipment at the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant is constantly subject to a corrosive environment, not only from onshore ocean breezes, but also due to the corrosive nature of wastewater. Without the planned repairs, more and more equipment will fail, and the quality of effluent will steadily decline until the wastewater treatment plant is unable to achieve compliance with regulatory requirements. Public health and safety will be jeopardized during that time. As done for decades already, continued effluent disposal via the ocean outfall is essential for the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant. An NPS permit renewal is in the process with the State Department of Health. And now there are more stringent effluent quality parameters with that proposed permit. The proposed project is essential to having capability to achieve and maintain regulatory compliance. And now I'll turn it over to Donald Fujimo, who has more detail about this matter in his presentation.
If I could I just wanted to clarify something that you said. You said that the site is subject to extensive corrosion on its equipment and its facilities because of the location, because of the salt air.
That's correct.
So what improvements would you do that would stop corrosion or stop the salt air from touching our equipment?
The elements are what they are, but this facility is operated for decades now. I think roughly about 60 years. We have this facility, and it's the only one we have. So we're going to have to try and keep it together and repair it as long as we need it until the new plant.
Right, but I guess my point is we cannot stop salt air. We cannot stop corrosion.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Chair, for your summary, which is actually very accurate. I wish it was as simple to say that we can defer the funds because the funds are needed to meet compliance, which is our primary objective right now. Wastewater, our primary focus, there's a lot of projects we're going to be asking for, and the key is compliance. We want to make sure that we meet compliance and we're not going to be in a situation where we get into fines and consent decrees. Anyway, good morning, Honorable Council Chair and Council members. Thank you for promptly scheduling this matter on today's agenda. This meeting is to brief you on our request to increase the SRF funding approval for the Wailua Wastewater Treatment Improvement Phase 2, which was approved by Council on January 18, 2024. Actually, it was 2 years ago, not 2014, for $14 million to the new amount of $25.5 million. This is a short presentation to provide brief background, the budget, the critical timeline and urgency, and to discuss these other considerations such as the landfill relocation because of the locations. Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant was built on or around 1960 and is over 65 years old and in dire need of repair and upgrades. Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Phase 1 design was started back in 2004 and construction was completed in 2015 for about $2.5 million. This project replaced old sand filters with a new aqua disc filter, added a new centrifuge dewatering sludge unit, upgraded new blowers for the aeration for the activated sludge tanks, demolished the res and centrifuge building, and provided new res pumps and piping. Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Phase 2 was designed. The design was started back in 2009 and just recently posted on December 2nd, 2025. This project, including upgrading electrical system from 208 three-phase to 480 three-phase to increase energy efficiency, added a second aqua disc filter to meet redundancy compliance requirements, included much-needed secondary clarifier equipment replacement, aeration tank and piping upgrades, disinfection upgrades, new electrical chemical building, and footprint expansion. Okay, this is the plan view of the existing wastewater treatment plant, which is situated on 2.5 acres. Upgrade options are limited to the tight space. The engineering estimate for the Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 2 was estimated at $14 million for construction only. At the time that we went to council approval, prices were already escalating exponentially. And the reason why we couldn't go out to bid right away after the approval was the tsunami issue. So we had to actually redesign the whole plant to meet the new tsunami building requirements. And our engineers did a fantastic job in meeting this timeline to actually satisfy the SRF funding deadlines. The revised SRF funding request is $25.5 million to cover the entire project cost and is based on the following budget. $17.4 million to cover the low bid price, $1.1 million for construction management, $3 million to address new compliance requirements for Wailua outfall NPDES permits renewal, $3.5 million contingency, 17.5% of the bid price. It should be noted that this request is conservative to avoid going back again for additional SR funding to complete the project, and any funds not expended will not be charged to the final SRF loan. critical timeline. So June 30 of this year, 2026, is the SRF funding obligation deadline. So we're kind of put on the books, and this is kind of the drop dead deadline that we need to expend these funds. Priority was placed to confirm funding amount due to the unpredictable rising construction costs and new tariffs. So back in, again, 2024, Council approved the funding for $14 million, and this was early 2024. So about 2 years have passed since then, and the fact that we posted the bid on December 2nd. On February 3rd, the bid was opened 1 week after the original bid opening deadline. Immediately after the bid opening, a new SRF resolution to reflect the higher costs was drafted and sent to Department of Health on February 7. 4 days later, Department of Health submitted their revised SRF resolution and a verbal commitment to fund the higher amount. On the same day, on February 11, we immediately sent the revised SRF resolution to the County Attorney's Office for review and approval, which is a required step prior to getting council approval. On February 27th, we sent the resolution to council for approval. And again, we really appreciate the fact that council have expedited this on today's agenda. This table reflects the bid results of the 4 bids, which range from $17.4 million to $30.2 million. This information is open to the public, and as you can see, the low bidder is Alpha at $17.4 million. Second bidder is Oceanic at about $3.9 million higher at $21.2. Hensel Phelps was at $26.5 million, which is $9 million higher. And Hawaiian Dredging is at $30.2, which is $12.7 million higher. The procurement documents require all bidders to hold their bids for 60 calendar days prior to process the contract. The deadline to award the contract is April 3rd, 2026. The bidders were requested to hold their prices for another 120 calendar days or 6 months from the bid opening date. And the request was to get the additional funding. The low bidder, however, responded that they will not extend the procurement period. And to leverage the low bid, we need to expedite the funding approval process. So the critical path to award the contract, number one was to secure the SRF funding for the higher limits, which we got verbally. And now we're asking the council for approval of this new SRF funding amount. And the last step is after we get council approval to get the written SRF commitment letter. So other considerations. The existing Wailua wastewater treatment plant is located in the tsunami zone where regulatory requirements make the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant beyond 1.5 million gallons per day infeasible and the future relocation necessary. Based on the projection of future development, flows to the wastewater treatment plant could approach its permitted capacity as soon as 2050. However, if successful conversion expansion is implemented, the expansion beyond 1.5 may be needed sooner. Developing a new wastewater treatment plant will take will take over 11 years. Right now, we're actually in the second year, so we're actually 10 years away. We did a lot of work on the siting study, and we're planning on going out to the public to inform the public of the preferred alternative sites. and the sites that were considered. Okay. So again, this is a slide from our consultant who's doing the landfill siting. And as you can see, these guys are really savvy on this PowerPoint stuff. But basically, this shows the overall layout. And if you add all of the time, I think we're looking at 3 plus 3, 6, 8, and 11 to 12 years. Again, we're actually in phase 1. We're probably a good 1-2 years into phase 1. But the permitting, environmental permitting, will really take a long time to complete. I think easily another 2 years. So in summary, with your help, we'd like to leverage about $3 million toward the current low bidder. With that, I'd like to open to questions or comments.
Real quick, I'm just trying to understand. So in 2009, you said the design started, phase 2 design started with a $14 million estimate. And then in 2024 is when the council approved the SRF request for $14 million. So what happened for that 15 years between 2009 and 2024?
So as you mentioned, according to the timeline, our active construction of phase 1 was already ongoing in 2015. So basically, my understanding is there were higher priority projects, and this was not one of the priority projects that was pushed.
Higher priorities than our wastewater.
I wasn't there at the time, so I cannot say.
So that baffles me. 15 years is so now we're the other on slide number 6. You said on February 2026, DOH returned the revised resolution. This is with the increased amount to 25.5 with comments. What kind of comments did they have?
They just slight grammar changes to the resolution. But basically, some grammatical changes.
Like, I mean, was any conditions or restrictions?
No, no additional conditions. More grammatical issues.
And then just one more for now. I have a bunch later, but just based on what you were saying, you talked about when you looked at the timeline, and I'm not going to argue with this Kennedy Jenks, but I did have the opportunity to talk to a couple of engineering firms that do consulting work on infrastructure, and they seem to think this is it's too long. But anyway, you said that the site selection that we already started, and you have some sites that you're going to go out to the public. What are these? You said the sites that are going to be considered.
Well, again, one of the top considered sites is DHHL.
Okay.
Obviously.
Where else?
The second is because of the uncertainty of the DHHL site in reference to FAA advisory on what can be built within 5 miles of the airport. We're looking at somewhere Mauka of the bypass road, Kaua bypass.
So that's the only two that you're talking about when you said you have some sites considered that you got to go out to the public.
Yeah,
you're not ready to go out to the public.
Well,
right?
we also looked at a site in Hanamalu, but again, that also fell within the FAA 5 mile there.
Any other questions, Mr. Cooley?
Yeah, still on that brief background slide where you talked about the phase 1 and the phase 2. So being that the design started in 2009 and then the 14 million was approved in 2024, that was 15 years. So was the design continually worked on and improved and updated based on new technology or new information? I mean, 15 years is such a long time.
Yeah, well, again, I wasn't there at the time, and my only guess is that, I've been in Troy's position before. And it's not easy getting funding. I think the mayors can attest that wastewater is not the only issue. So I'm not there. I wasn't there, so I don't know what the funding issues were.
And based on everything that needs to be accomplished at that plant, just to whatever meet minimum requirements, keep it operational. Obviously, we shouldn't be investing in a plant that is not planned to be our future plant. So based on what is required, the minimum requirement to keep it going, has this plan been, is it fully done? Like, is phase 2 completed, or is there going to be a phase 3 and a phase 4?
Thank you.
What is that going to cost?
Anyway, we have our consultant here from Kennedy Jenks, but so thank you. That was a great question. I think it's not a matter of investing in the plant as so much as repairing the plant to meet compliance. But if we're going to repair it, we should make sure that it's not going to break 5 years later, that it's going to last substantially. And the investment we're putting in, a lot of the equipment could be used at other facilities. The disc filter, for example. There's other systems that, is modular. What we're doing is trying to fit these requirements into these modular repairs. And that's why when you look at the costs, I mean, everything is relative. 25.5 seems like a lot. But if you remember, we just came to you guys for a small sewer pump station repair, and that was $10 million for the pump station on Papaloa Road. So when you look at $25.5 million for a major improvement at Wailua, again, it seems like a deal, if you ask me. But going back to the phasing, yes, there will be another phase, and phase 3 is guesstimated at 40 to 50 million. And that phase is needed to bring us from the existing capacity, 1 million gallons per day, to the permitted capacity of 1.5 million gallons per day. I think I talked about the capacity going out to 2050, and that was based on 1.5 million gallons per day. If we're talking about 1 million gallons per day, we could reach that as early as 2035. In 10 years, we may need that capacity. And we all know how long it takes to build a new facility. I'm not saying that engineering-wise we can do it real quickly, and probably we can. It's not only engineering, it's political. It's getting the public to accept the project. Is number one, the first step is to get a site that the public will support. If we start moving forward and for some reason there's a political fallout, then we got to work backwards. We got to look at our alternatives, and that's why our siting study.
Before you go on, just because it's frustrating when we keep hearing, what if this happens? Yes. What if this happens? Because if everything, then no sense, just stop.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you.
The idea is
I'm telling
government got to make the decision.
Exactly.
We need a new plan.
Right. But that will not stop the fact that our existing plan needs repair.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My question's along the lines of that. Right? Because you talk about we need it to last substantially. No, we don't. We only need it to last until the new plant is online. So the sooner we get the new plant going and online, the sooner we can transfer over. Why would we invest in making Lidgate last another 20 or 40 years when we need to move? The public want us to move. They don't want stuff getting in the ocean anymore, and they don't want it being right there on the beach where it's susceptible to. Right now, maybe stuff is going on with the flooding of the river.
Thank you, because in the next few months, hopefully we'll get to the point where we will come to council and present the siting study and alternatives. Some of the alternatives are looking at trying to use the existing site that's an option to consider. Since we investing, like you said, in just to get these repaired, that's another option. But the gamble is that we're still in the tsunami zone. So if there is a tsunami, you know.
I got it, because I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, and I hope you're not saying what I think you said. You're saying an option is to keep it in the tsunami zone. Is that what you just said?
So the issue with the tsunami zone, the reason why we need to relocate it, the real reason is because if we expand the plant, then we got to get it out of there. Technically, there's no reason for us to move right now, other than the fact that we're trying to prepare if there's a tsunami. The tsunami requirement does not say that we have to move it.
Okay.
The reason to move it is because we need to expand the plant.
So I did hear what you said. I just am shocked that you said it, but that's okay.
So you did say there is a phase 3 expected, and you said the cost is 40 to 50 million. Will that then complete everything for that plant for, you know, the basic keeping it operational, or will there be a phase 4 with additional costs?
Right now, phase 3 again is essential. It's one of those things that the short-term fixes that we need. The other part of phase 3 that is going to be important is to address the upgrade in treatment from R2 to R1. The state has slowly moved towards higher levels of effluent for the discharge and for injection wells, for outfalls and injection wells. So these are compliance requirement, issues.
Clarifying on that, did you say phase 3 or phase 4?
Phase 3.
Phase 3 is R1.
Right.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Right, and to upgrade it to the permitted 1.5 million gallons per day.
And the plans for phase 3 is over what period? Like
we're hoping to be able to go out to bid next ending of next year.
Do you have any sense of like emergency, like that we have to move faster?
Well, that's
because
why
you talk about if a tsunami comes, right? And you talk about we got to do these repairs now because a tsunami might come.
Right.
But then you're doing this repairs and expansion or potential expansion, and it's just kind of being dragged out over time.
As I mentioned, the tsunami issue was actually started because in 2023, the state forced the counties to adopt the 2018 International Building Code. That adoption of that code changed the maps that we looked at before, and it placed these facilities into the tsunami zone. 2 facilities now fall in that tsunami zone, and one is Wailua, the second is Waimea. The difference is that in Wailua, we got to build this, any expansions beyond the permitted capacity to meet tsunami forces. And the tsunami forces in Wailua is 33 feet. So either we got to raise these facilities 33 feet, we got to build a wall around it that's 33 feet that can withstand tsunami forces. In the case of Waimea, we're only talking 9 feet. So I think in cases like Oahu, Sand Island, they raised the facilities. All of the improvements, they raised the facilities to address these tsunami requirements.
So in your bullets on phase 2, the last bullet says plant footprint expansion.
Yeah,
what is that?
Okay.
And
well,
it's the diagram that follows the existing diagram of the current plant or of the plant with expansion plans?
Can we get the PowerPoint back online?
That's slide 3 and slide.
Every time the screen changes, it goes on and off.
Okay, so it's a real minor change, but the total site that we have is actually 3.5 acres. There's a 1 acre piece above that. If you look at the site, Leho Road to, what is the road coming down? Nalo. So there's a triangle that I guess some homeless guys was camping in there for a little while. But and if you look at the front of Nalo Road, the existing hollow tile is actually inside of the property line. So we're going to move that out. Part of the new facility we're building got to leverage the existing space in here. And then the upper 1 acre got to be.
The ocean?
The ocean is the bottom.
Over here.
Yeah. And so the top piece, which is, I don't know if this. Anyway, the top piece, there's a triangular piece on the top that is 1 acre. And that's going to be used for the staging areas for these plants. And
So
again,
is this diagram showing what it would be after the completion of phase 2?
Basically,
or after the completion
yes.
of phase 3, or what it is right now?
So because we're trying to minimize the cost, because we don't know, if we're going to move the original plan, we're trying to minimize the actual improvements we got to do, the repairs. And that's why the footprint will be exactly the same. We could have gone to the 1 acre to do long-term investment, but again, that's precluded now with the tsunami building code. We cannot put anything new in this area. We can fix the existing, but we cannot put anything new. And again, just to clarify, this issue about tsunami zone is really about the future and the ability to try to prevent any losses during a tsunami.
The fixes you talk about, is it to maintain current operations at this 1 million gallon per day capacity, or to get us back up to the 1.5 maximum capacity that we used to have? And based on that capacity, what has been the need over the last several years, and what is the projected need? I mean, if the projected need, maybe we have to consider that we got to minimize development in the area because we don't have the wastewater capacity. Maybe that's it until we get the new plant. But you got to give us real numbers so we know what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize if I'm jumping all over the place here, but you're absolutely right that our target is to meet the permitted capacity, to meet the
1 million.
1.5, which is
and we've been at 1 million how long now?
Probably the last 10, 20 years, but you got to remember.
20 years.
Yes.
And what has been, have we ever gotten to the capacity with all the development that may have happened in the last 10, 20 years?
No.
So where are we?
So we're at about 600,000 gallons.
600, okay. So why are we so concerned about making all this investment to get to 1.5 million in a plant that is on the ocean that we need to move away from when we're not even anywhere close to the 1 million that we have? So let's cut back and do the minimum repairs.
So we actually only have 150,000 gallons of slack, basically, because the law, the ordinance, wastewater ordinance says that when you reach 75% of the capacity of the plant, then you got to start the design. When you reach 90% of the capacity of the plant, that means only 300,000 gallons. There's a lot of developments out there, Hoku Place, all these other developments, housing, that might want to start. And we're going to start hitting that maximum sooner than you think. And so we are planning for that. And that's the 1.5 million. We're saying that the permitted capacity of 1.5 million is good for up to 2050.
That there's a law that says we have to project and work towards that in a current plant that we're trying to move away from. So somehow we need to pursue that. Maybe there's some kind of waiver. And when they know that we're legitimately moving on the new plant.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooley. That's a very good point. What we're asking for today is just to reach compliance with the existing capacity we have.
With 1 million.
1 million.
Not
that's a separate discussion.
1.5.
That's a separate discussion that we'll probably come back later.
No, but the reality is what we're hearing today is a master plan to expand this to 1.5 or bring it to 1.5. That's the plan.
But
that's what I heard. And maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, if I could clarify, Chair, sorry. The current proposal we have doesn't commit us to going to 1.5. The current
He said
plan
he's
is
ready to go out to bid next year for the phase 3, which is another $50 million. That's what I heard.
so we can have a separate discussion about that.
No, you don't. No, we cannot because it's all connected. You see, because this is a part of a bigger plan. So if we're supporting this, we're supporting phase 3.
Again, what we're proposing here today doesn't commit us to going for that additional expansion.
That's why, maybe you guys disagree, but I don't think it's fair to drop this on us today and tell us, hey, we gotta pass on and we have all these questions. We did all meet with you guys, and you've told us the plan for phase 3, but that's part of your plan right now to move forward for Wailua. That's your plan. That's what you're planning to do. Your plan right now, and you've said it enough times today, is to take this plan to 1.5 after phase 3 at a cost of now, when I talked to you the other day, it was 40, and now it's 40 to 50 million. When we had the estimates in 2024, 14 million, it jumped, almost doubled in 2 years. What is it going to be next year? So there's a lot for us to digest. So please do not get mad because we're asking questions. This is a huge decision. This isn't about the money. This is about the plan for this island going forward as far as wastewater. That's what this is about, for me anyway. Kipu brought up a good point about future development and all of these things that we know we cannot expand this plan. So we're capped at 1.5. That's all we're going to get. And then when you reach 70% of 1.5, whoop, you got a plan for expansion. So that even limits the capacity even further. So don't get pissed off because we're asking questions. And please don't expect me to support this today with a 2-hour discussion on why you need this money. When from 2009 to 2024, 15 years, we let it go. We let it rot. And today it's like, oh, we need it because the bidder said if we don't give him that money or we don't award the bid, then he's going to pull his bid. As far as I'm concerned, don't do business with that guy ever again in the county of Kauai.
Put out on a new request for proposal with a new reduced scope based on what is absolute necessary and get new bids. You already have the 14 million to start. You've already started with design.
I just have a qualifying question, Mike. I have a qualifying question. In earlier discussions, we talked about risking a consent decree, meaning that the courts could come in and say, you have to do this whether you want to or not, and maybe we'll have somebody come in and do it. Can you just clarify? So in part of my mind, I'm thinking, all right, we are needing to do this immediate thing to avoid a consent decree. So please help me understand if I've got that right. If we don't do this, then it's the court, right, that makes it when you have a consent decree that they will say you're violating environmental rights and they'll force us to do it anyway. Do I have that understanding correct?
So what we have at risk is falling out of compliance at Wailua. The ocean outfall is necessary for the operation, and that's where the compliance issue will lie. Well, at least a major portion of it. Once the regulatory agencies step in, then they determine, what recourse they're going to take. Consent decree is one of the options that they've exercised in other counties in the state of Hawaii.
So does it take somebody to file a complaint? Like we did have a complaint, so I'm happy we put the $3 million in here to deal with the MPDS permit problems. Surfrider brought that forward. If somebody like that files a complaint, is that what triggers us into a consent decree thing? Or do the regulators come in and look and say, hey, you've had 20 years, and they just come and they look anyway?
The proposed repairs there are, it goes together. It addresses what's broken there now. If more equipment fails in any part of what's supposed to be repaired, it jeopardizes the quality of the effluent. Effluent quality is the ultimate goal that we're trying to achieve so we can meet compliance.
Yeah, can I say something? Number one, I apologize for making this seem what it isn't. But the essential issue is the fact that this we're asking for is compliance related. And And, one thing I learned in a class, information technology, information is power. The more information you get, the better your decisions. And I apologize because it appears that you guys don't have all the information. I'd like to be able to give you guys all the information you need for the next phase, but we have to come to you guys for that SRF loan. And at that time, you can stop us. And if you want to stop us from going from the expansion, then fine. That's your call. My job is to present what we need, and your job is to, yes, be responsible and say whether we need it or not. But let's do this with all the information. I'm not prepared today to fully discuss phase 3. And I would like to, so that, again, you guys have all the information before we go down that route.
Let me just ask a real question, simple question. Would we put a new wastewater plant in a tsunami zone?
If it wasn't in the tsunami zone, that was our plan.
No, I'm asking a question. This county, if someone came up and some private wastewater company wanted to build a facility in a tsunami zone.
Chair, I felt like we needed an interpreter. These guys are good, but I'll break it down to layman's terms. We would not build a new wastewater treatment facility in a tsunami zone.
I agree.
We would not build, but we're doing the best with what we have. Like, this is a system that I'm still learning about, and what Donald said is true. Many times I'm given information, but it's hard to get all the information because there's other players involved. Federal regulations, state regulations that consistently shift. We have aging, antiquated infrastructure systems, and if anything, this is a good lesson. When we go out to do projects, we cannot let resistance shift us away from hooking people up. Once we decide we're going to go municipal wastewater system, we're coming to a neighborhood near you. Whether you want it or not, having communities say, oh, we don't want it, so we're not going to hook them up, is part of the reason why we're here today. We got to make those tough decisions. Unpopular decisions, but right decisions. So I just wanted to make it clear, we're doing our best. We would never, ever build a facility in a tsunami zone, especially a wastewater treatment facility.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think, and I hope you can appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you can sense.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
With you on this one.
It's because this didn't just happen overnight, right?
No.
So year after year, after year, after year, after year, we get, and we've always approved it all. We've never given wastewater a hard time. We did question them a couple years ago, which I think is the reason why all of a sudden we're moving. But the fact of the matter is we've come up, you all come up with these emergency repair funding requests for parts that some got to be fabricated because this plant is so old. And yet we still hear the same thing. It's, hey, we need this or we're going to fall out of compliance. And we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars over the last several years. And in the last 2 years, for sure, what I thought we had been working on relocating and finding a new spot. And it doesn't seem like we have moved in that direction, and we're falling back on this option, which is going to cost us a tremendous amount of money, where I believe we should be focusing. And we're going to have to take a caption break real quick, but I would ask the consultant to come up after the caption break, because I did have some questions as far as his timeline, because part of the timeline he talks about for the land acquisition, he's showing like 3 years for stakeholder outreach and land entitlements. And I'm just curious on how he came to that number. But
so real quick, we are looking at relocating. It is extremely complicated to keep these things moving concurrently because the cost of the relocation is going to be exponentially high. The positive thing is there's some interest from DHHL that could add users onto the system. Like right now, a majority of our residents are subsidizing a minority of people that are on our wastewater system. So that's why we make no bones about raising sewer fees, because we realize that from an equity standpoint, a majority of Kauai residents are subsidizing this system and will never gain any benefits from it. And so it's a little more complicated than just deciding to move something. We got to really pencil it out. And there is hope with DHL coming online that it could become much more of a reality. But government is designed to move like, I don't know, a barge versus a speedboat. And if there's anything that I realize, the amount of red tape that we have to go through, that we have created for ourselves, like government has created this red tape, forces the process to move slow, and it can be extremely frustrating. And I could hear the frustration in your voice, and I just wanted to come here and say, hey, I share that frustration as well. But it's hard to put it all on our wastewater team, because I would say a bulk of their time is just trying to keep the system alive so we don't have a spill, so that when people flush their toilets that are on the wastewater system, the water goes where it's supposed to. And it's not an excuse. It's just the reality of antiquated systems like the one we're working with. It's extremely expensive, and there is less and less federal and state support, so it falls on the back of our taxpayers to fund these improvements.
Thank you. Any questions for the mayor? If not, we'll take a caption break now. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hey, thanks for being here today. And if you could just state your name for our captioner.
My name is Stephen Isaki. I'm with Kennedy Jenks Consultants.
Thank you very much. So you've heard a lot of the discussion. I'm not sure how much involvement Kennedy Jenks has in this entire project. And I'm just speaking for myself. My concern is the cost. And what does that money get us? Does it keep the plant operating? Does it go beyond keeping the plant operating? Because it is a significant amount of money. And maybe we'll just start with that.
Sure, yep. I would like to just kind of put everything into context. We understand that this dollar amounts are huge dollar amounts that we're talking about. Last month, the County of Maui finished their final EIS for the Central Maui Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. Their EIS is for it's a new treatment plant. They're basically relocating I believe it's the Kahului Wastewater Treatment Plant up Mauka, and they're calling it the Central Maui Wastewater Treatment Plant. That plant will be 3 million gallons per day capacity, so very similar to what we're talking about for Wailua, a little bit more. But when we ultimately relocate Wailua, we would be planning for something about 3 million gallons per day, similar to that. Their cost currently is $240 million, inclusive of transmission and the new treatment facilities. So that's the numbers.
What is the cost of the construction of the site? Just the site itself?
That I do not know. That I do not know.
And
but their total project cost will be $240 million.
Right.
Their current estimate.
Obviously, when you add the transmission and all that, I'm thinking construction cost. And I know we use the word relocating. This is not really relocating. This is constructing a new plant. We're not taking the old one and moving it. That old one will obviously be demolished or whatever, used for some other purpose. But the Maui plant, the 3 million gallons per day plant that is being proposed for Maui, sits on how many acres?
14.9.
And that is a plant that is twice the size of what we're looking at.
We would be
Twice
looking
the capacity.
It is twice the capacity of what Wailua is permitted for. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So getting back to the question of this specific request for $25.5 million, what does that do?
What this project will accomplish is basically improving the disinfection system and having the water be clear enough and clean enough to support R1 recycled water.
But this current 25, what I understand, phase 3 will be R1. I'm talking about today's discussion.
But this project will put in the disinfection system, which is a key component of that recycled water system. The disinfection system that they will be putting in as part of this project will also support the more stringent effluent requirements of the water that enters the Pacific Ocean through their outfall. As you folks may be aware that they're currently re-permitting their treatment plant for continued use, and that has been a contentious issue. And so that in the process, Department of Health has lowered the enterococci levels of what is permissible into the ocean, and this disinfection system will support that.
Okay, and what else? There's a lot of key bullet points on the
Yeah. So all of the improvements support that ultimate goal. So the clarifier is basically to get the water clear enough and clean enough, such that when you hit it with the disinfection, it's effective. Similarly, with the additional filter that they're adding in, the additional filter, you want that, so the clarifier will make the water clear enough so that the filter can work properly. And again, that filter is necessary for that disinfection. When you hit it with disinfection, the water, the bacteria will be adequately killed.
Okay, I'm not sure what level of involvement you have with the county and what your actual job duties are, but I'm trying to, maybe Troy, you can answer this one. Did we ever do a cost comparison analysis between continuing to fund this Wailua plant at this huge amounts of monies or pursuing, and I know we've heard that we're pursuing a new plan. I just don't think that we've moved quickly, but have we ever done a cost analysis as far as what would be best for the taxpayers of Kauai?
We haven't done exactly that. However, we have prepared cost estimates for the eventual relocation of the treatment plant, which is similar. I know you had concerns about the timeline of how soon we could relocate the treatment plant. Again, I can point you back to the Central Maui Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. Their EIS started, I believe, in June of 2023, and they finished it last month in February of 2026. So that was a roughly three-year process. Depending on where we relocate this treatment plant to, we may need, similar to the landfill, a qualified airport wildlife biologist. That would add a year and a half to this project schedule as well. So for us, it's the timeline was the driver. The timeline of how much time we need to relocate this plant made it that we need to, meet the NPDES permit, which I believe DOH is planning to issue maybe May or June with the compliance schedule that we're going to be held under to meet the necessary disinfection requirements. So, those are competing demands.
Council Chair, can I ask so our consultant primary role is in the siting process. They got a Wailoa facility plan, and one of the tasks was to determine whether we had to relocate or not. So with that said, Civic, can you explain what is the requirements for the tsunami zone? What does that?
Right.
Does that put us?
So we have to follow the law. That's
I would hope so.
Yeah, that's our job. The law is, so the building code, as Donna mentioned, the building code has changed as of 2023 for the County of Kauai. That building code has activated this requirement, which is the tsunami design requirement, which Donna has referred to. What that tsunami design requirement forces us to consider is what they call the maximum considered tsunami. In the literal code, what that means is a tsunami that hits once every 2,000 years. That's the law. We didn't write the law. That law was imposed upon us. So in following the law, that's what made expansion beyond the 1.5 million gallons very infeasible, as Donald mentioned. We'd have to plan for a 30-foot wave, which is very difficult for us to design for. So that's the tsunami design requirements. Importantly, because we've been working with our building division has clarified that we are allowed to restore the capacity of the treatment plant and still meet the law. So that's important. Furthermore, because we have been tracking and working with our planning department to identify the rate of growth in Kapaa area, to Councilmember Kuali's point, flows have not increased tremendously in that period of time, or even since 2009, flows have not increased. But there are developments that we are tracking, and we are aware. People want to build. People want to build Mahilona Hospital, for example. So with those additional flows, that kind of gives us a timeline of the time that we need to relocate the treatment plant as well.
Yeah, but how comfortable are you with leaving that? You said our buildings division said we can restore it without violating the law, but yet the law says your facility has to withstand that tsunami force. I mean, I'm trying to understand how.
Yeah, it's for the expanding beyond the capacity is what we've been told. So, because there's this period of time and because of the tremendous cost of building a new treatment plant, our objective is to meet the legal requirements that the Department of Health has imposed upon us in that time.
Okay. This limits our developments by leaving it there. I mean, we cannot go beyond 1.5. We will not be able to go beyond 1.5 million gallons a day.
Without the new treatment plant, that is correct.
Yeah, I'm talking about with the facility that's sitting there right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else has questions of the consultant? Go ahead, Mr.
I have a
Consul.
question, and I don't know if it's for the consultant or for Donald, but earlier in the conversation, you mentioned, and you might have touched on it real briefly, FFA requiring a 5-mile distance. Where is that coming from?
So the FAA has an advisory. It's an advisory that no new development, and I think it specifically states like landfill and wastewater treatment facilities can be built within 5 miles of any airport. And based on that advisory, I mean, that's the reason why the landfill was hung up. You know, there was a willing landowner, but that FAA advisory was the single biggest thing that slowed that down. It's my understanding. And we're hoping that because of technology, there's ways of mitigating their concern about bird attractants. One is, you know, we're looking at surge capacity reservoirs and storage reservoirs. But they have, like Maui, they have a 2-acre floating cover. So they actually have a cover over these reservoirs, and that mitigates this bird attractant issue. But still, the process takes about 1.5 years just to get FAA to consider whether they're going to give an extension, just to prepare all the reports, to get the biologists, to get all the reports to prove that it's not going to impact or increase the bird issues with the airport.
Is where's the 5 mile? How far is the proposed site?
Just about the river, just about by the river.
Mile marker 5 is Midgate, right in front of that telephone building or whatever that switching station is the highway marker
Right.
5. But so we measured it. It's the river.
It's just about the tip of the river, right?
This FAA thing, how long has it been in place? Like,
it's been in there forever. Back in, what is that, 2000?
It happened after the Hudson crash of the plane in New York.
I think it's about 2005. I know it was there in 2005.
Is the Maui plant within the 5 mile radius of a runway?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I think it's outside. It looks pretty far.
So the cover, the 2-acre cover, they just did it as an option?
Yeah, that's a reuse facility.
I will point out that it's not a law, but it is a guidance, and it has hung up a lot of projects.
Right, it's an advisory, which is kind of curious. You know, it's not a law, it's not a requirement, but they're still relying heavily on that advisory in making decisions.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, go ahead.
no, I mean, I thought the requirement for the solid waste facility was kind of ridiculous, but I can see it attracting birds. But for a wastewater treatment plant, I think it's even more ridiculous. So,
Yeah, right.
I mean, you would be required to do the mitigation plan, right? I mean, it just makes it a little more difficult. I guess if it takes 1.5 years or whatever it is, my whole issue is every day we wait, it's just 1.5 years longer versus starting now and getting it done sooner.
Right, and actually, I'll give Donald credit because, you know, under his leadership, we have, you know, we are getting our public outreach plan together. We haven't outreached to the public just yet.
I think we came to you before. We are a little behind again, I apologize, but we are 2 years into the project. We finally went through, like I said, we looked at all of criteria and what potential sites would be good, and we came down to, you know, close to getting out to the stakeholders. And we hope, again, to be here before you to give you the presentation.
You might have said this, but just to clarify for me again, if we didn't do this $25 million repair, what's the estimated amount of time before we would be out of compliance?
It's hard to say. I can say that the clarifier, for example, is already 2 years overdue, and you know, it's been like almost. So we don't want to end up doing that twice. putting in temporary fix just and wait for this final contract. So we've been kind of holding it up. But basically, that's where we are.
I would actually add to that, because of the new NPDES permit that, again, we are waiting to receive,
Right,
it may be as soon as that permit activates.
that we would be out of compliance?
Correct, because
Okay.
there's existing, which is why we're asking for a period of time with that permit. We haven't gotten it yet, but we've asked for a period of compliance.
So that
For
$3
us to do
million
the repairs.
repair that we're putting in there helps us to be able to be in compliance with that NPDES
Correct.
permit.
And that
So
compliance.
we're already in trouble, possibly.
We're still operating off the old permit, which had a higher limit, and so we are legal as far as the old permit goes, but when that new permit takes into effect, that's when we'll have difficulty.
Okay.
Hang on, Mr. Caballo?
Yeah, Donald, you said, what was the timeline again on this temporary? We went over that before, right? The fix.
Meaning what? Sorry, I'm not sure. Well, sort of, we're hoping that these improvements can be done in 2 years. Once we get approval and give notice of proceeding, the project is about 2 years.
And that should last us for 10 years. Use.
Hopefully longer than that. I think historically this equipment can last as long as 30 to 40 years.
But that's not
the goal.
That's not a doable timeline.
That's not a time frame that we choose to relocate the facility.
Right, and I guess I'm trying to figure out. So if it takes 2 years, we'll be out of compliance. The permit will be out of compliance.
No, our compliance schedule is for 4.
Huh?
Our compliance schedule is 4 years.
No, but you're saying that what April is when we?
Yeah, so maybe as soon as May they'll give us the permit, but because we're still in the process, we've requested the Department of Health to give us a 4-year period to get our numbers down.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out, because right now the SRF approval is for 14 million.
You approved 14 million.
That is what's already on, that
Right.
you have at
Right.
your
Exactly.
fingertips.
Exactly.
How far does that 14 million take us is what I'm trying to ask. Does that assure us compliance?
That will not.
It's hard to say because, the bids aren't broken down by what is for what.
So just based on the line items that we have in the bid, we need all of those just to meet the compliance. And that's why I wanted to just change the perspective again. This is about repair. This money is not about transferring money to the new plant. It's about addressing the needed repairs now.
Well, and again, I ask what is the needed repair versus what do we have to do versus what do we want to do? Because I think, again, and I know you guys are saying it's 2 separate discussions, but it's not for me. The future plan of this site, including phase 3, is part of this discussion because I want to make sure that, we are spending what we need to spend to get into compliance and not to move into a phase 3 plan that is just going to prolong the construction of the new site. Mr. Cooley.
And then along those lines, when you talk about this clarifier rehabilitation or other types of equipment, you had said a lot of the equipment could be used at other stations, and then you said something about it being modular. So is the direction we're going in trying to fix something old that is not going to be usable at the new station or other station, or is it truly, like, how much is a clarifier rehabilitation equipment, whatever that boom is? Is it 1 million? Is it 10 million? I mean, what is the big pieces of equipment that need to be replaced or upgraded actually cost? Because we don't see any of that.
Yeah, well,
even the big stuff.
That's what I'm trying to say is that the total aggregate project is required. You cannot just break out the pieces and say we're going to meet.
No, but it exists. Can't you give us that information? What does it cost to get? You have a map here. You have a map here, right?
Right.
There's tanks and buildings and structures. What in this map is being replaced and exchanged or upgraded or enforced or put metal steel around it? What kind of improvements are you doing to each of these things, and what are you replacing for what cost? I mean, easily when you went out to RFP, you gave them the scope of work of what you wanted to see done. And is that the bare minimum, or are you trying to make this plant last another 20 to 40 years? Because we don't want it to last another 20, 40 years. We want to do what we need to do and then take the millions of money, instead of putting it in there, and put it into the new plant. And even if we have to start the new plant with a quick version, not the Maui version that takes 20 years and is 3 million gallons per day, but what we need, which is just 1 million or 1.2 million or something less than 1.5 million, because we're not anywhere close to that in our use, right? Start something small that can be expandable, but if it's smaller and less expensive and it takes less time to build, it can be done already. You can start and it can be done in 5 years, not 10, 20 years or whatever Maui's dealing with.
So I can give you the exact breakdown of the bid, which allocates where the cost is.
Can you, off the top of your head, tell us about the big stuff? Is there anything that costs $5 million or $10 million? Probably the answer is no, right?
Okay, so again,
clarify or rehabilitate.
So I hear what you're saying. Now to redesign this so this thing will just last us 10 years, which is about the time to get a new plant in place, will take us probably another year and a half just to get that design. Just to redesign this, to do the quick Band-Aid. It's not that simple because Department of Health has to approve the improvements. We have to go to Department of Health to get the approval for the design. And one of the biggest challenges now is to get Department of Health to review plans. We're being hung up by Department of Health because they take so long to get back to us. In fact, this project is a good example. Is we're trying to get this UV part, which is a requirement for the NPDES permit. And right now we've got a verbal approval, but we're still working with Department of Health to get the final approval. So I wish there was that we could satisfy what you want. Is to find a low cost way to just get us by. I wish there was an easy way to do that. But one of the things that I see, the longer we wait, the higher the costs go.
Can I just ask a clarifying question following up with what Vice Chair just brought up? I just want to be really clear here because I think we're kind of asking for an answer that I don't think we're all meeting on the middle here. So is there anything on this list of phase 1 and phase 2? And feel free to put that back up there, but it says, 14 million, electrical upgrade. The very last item on that list is plant footprint expansion. And I think that's part of where we're concerned here and what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that are there things on this list that we can remove that aren't necessary to get us to compliance, to get us over the line, to hold us another 10 years without fixing it to be 40 years? So are there items that could be removed where this cost dollar could be brought down to allow us to be in compliance without allowing for the movement of this final item of plant footprint expansion or moving us back to 1.5?
Yes. Probably the first item, the electrical upgrade, which is trying to shoot for energy efficiency.
So without redoing a design, without going through a 2-year process to redo, there are items we could cut out?
Unfortunately, that's not possible.
So even removing that electrical item would require a 2-year extension?
Maybe longer, because that was one of the biggest part of the project.
Okay.
The footprint expansion sounds more than it is.
I think so.
It's just moving that fence out by 5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at the map, you can see where the existing CMU wall is. A matter of moving them 5 feet toward the road.
I know we're still in questions, but I'm kind of mentally moving into discussion, so I'll wait.
Just questions for now, Mr.
Yeah, again, I'm going to say the same thing, I guess, but the 14 million that we currently have, I asked this question before, and what is the actual layout of that 14 million, that is on the table as we speak? So it's kind of like, we need 25, okay, but what is this that we can move in? What is the timeline of each area?
We're looking at the possibility of cutting the award amount so that we can at least lock in the contractor and then later on giving them the higher amount. But if we're going to be stuck with only 14 million, that's not going to meet compliance. But, chopping up the project will not meet compliance.
Sorry, requirements. Why is that an additional cost and not in the bid?
Okay, so as Steven mentioned, we're right now in the process of renewing the outfall. Back in 2014, we almost lost the permit. There's some issues, and we resolved that with this zonal mixing and all of that. Now we're back into the same contentions, and there's a chance that we may lose this permit. And if we lose a permit, it's going to be a lot more expensive to try to mitigate effluent disposal. So we try to meet compliance and try to do whatever it takes to meet these additional requirements for the permit extension or the renewal. And surf rider was a major part in identifying that the enterococci limits needed to be lowered.
So what is that work, though? Is that not part of the construction contract? What work are you talking about here, 3 million, that is not connected with?
One of them is the UV, as Stephen mentioned, but we're not sure, and that's the gray area now, because this is a SRF loan that is BABA funded, yeah. I mean, you need to meet BABA requirements, American.
No idea what BABA is.
Buy American. Yeah. So, well, anyway, we don't know yet what all of the requirements will be to meet this new outfall permit requirements. And
So how do you know to put 3 million?
Well, we're hoping that...
Just put 3 million.
Yes, it's high. It's a high guess. We're hoping that this is a high guess.
Not making me feel any better, man, I'm telling you. Anyway.
As we mentioned, the enterococci limit will likely be lowered come the next permit by a lot. I think by a factor of 10. What's that? Yeah, which we'll have a 4-year period. Hopefully, we requested, we haven't been given it yet.
Hey, hang on, he's talking.
We requested a 4-year period to lower our limits down to what will be hopefully required of us in the permit. Previous to what we've learned as a result of this permitting process, we were going down the path of a chlorine disinfection system because chlorine was what we were using since the 70s. Because of the new lower limits, that has brought to light that we do need to go to UV disinfection, which was not previously planned for. So I believe that 3 million is for that switch to UV disinfection. The UV disinfection will have a lot of other benefits to it, namely better recycled water quality for the golf course, more consistent operation, as well as meeting the ocean outfall, the lower ocean outfall, more stringent requirements.
But not R1.
R1 is...
it's part of it.
It's a major piece of R1.
R1 requirement is disinfection. So we're adding that. The front end turbidity might be a question.
Yeah, right.
And
but the
again, that's for later discussion. It's not required.
The disinfection will be good enough for R1. But there's other parts of R1 that we still need to make sure that we get.
So this project represents really essential elements that needed for compliance. And again, except for the electrical, which unfortunately for us to take that out, it's going to take several years just to redesign this now, to go back to the old system.
Councilmember Cotton?
So just clarification, we're asking for 25 $17.5 million in our resolution. When I look at the bid results, we're picking the lowest bidder at $17.4 million. So we have about $8 million difference there. And if I heard you correctly, you guys are asking for an expanded amount in case there's any kind of changes. So you're asking for a guard banding. So if you get through with this at $20 million, we wouldn't have taken the other $5 million because it's a state revolving fund, so we're going to take it as needed. And then so if we end up being at $19 million or $21 million, we won't spend $25 million. So when we're quibbling about $3 million for that, it's just an estimate, and it's an estimate that is looking so that we don't have to go back to the state. So we hopefully we're going to come in at less. And that's why you pick the lowest bid, and you're trying to go quickly. And so they're doing their best to both get a best price, make it happen so we can hold on for another 10, 12 years that we might need, and we won't get hit with a new inflationary pressure. And when I see that $14 million was looked at 2009, well, of course we've got inflation since then, and then we approved it in 24. Seems like a lot of inflation right there. We got the $3 million, but we're just guard banding. So we probably shouldn't worry too much about the 25 when we're likely to come in lower than that, because your numbers are lower than that.
Well, you don't have to worry about the 25. I do.
Well,
I do, because rarely does a project end under budget. Rarely does, even 17.5% contingency. That doesn't include change orders that may occur. So I'm not quibbling about 3% either.
No, $3 million.
Or $3 million. I'm not quibbling. This is much bigger than the money. I said that earlier. It's the mindset that we have that, remember, we just got this last week. We've had the discussions that we've had all along with your department and with other agencies, led me to believe that we were moving very quickly on the building of the new facility. And now I'm here and I'm like, wow, I just did not see this coming. And I just don't think it's fair to expect us to have one meeting, couple hours, 3 hours, and say, okay, sure, have your $25.5 million because you said you need it. Our job is to provide the oversight. Our job is to provide the checks and balances. And if any council member has questions, then they should ask, and they should get the answers. Any more questions? Councilmember?
One last follow-up. I'm going to try to ask one more time. I'm just hopeful that there might be a different answer. Out of all of these items, without going to redesign, is there anything that could potentially cut down the cost to not think long-term expansion, but just get us to compliance? And it's okay if the answer is no, because you have to go redesign. I'm just trying to be really clear that I'm understanding.
I wish there were.
Okay.
And again, I apologize, Council Chair. It's not fair, what we're doing to you guys now. But there is almost $4 million at stake here. And can we do something? Because I hear what you're saying. If you want to approve a lower amount, let's say we go with $20 million. And then if we need more money, then we may have to come to you again.
Like I said, Donald, to me, it's not about the money. It's not about the amount. It's about the direction that the department is heading. That's my concern. It's not about the money.
Right.
It's about, does this give you guys a reason to not pursue the new plan?
And Chair, if I could add, while I'm in this position, I'll make sure that we proceed as quickly as we can on the new site, because we know this new site is needed to satisfy our future needs. And we know that we are limited to 1.5 MGD at the Wailo treatment plant, that is in a tsunami zone, that facility is at risk. But that's all we have.
After phase 3.
No.
To 1.5.
Right, after phase 3 to 1.5.
Correct,
but
which
we
is
have
another 50 million.
1 MGD during the interim.
Don't come back to us for that.
And right here today, what we're here for today is just to complete this phase 2 of construction so we can come into compliance.
I understand. It's just I'm battling.
Yeah, this is very important, and we're begging for your.
Okay, I'll save my comments for the comments. But any other questions? Go ahead.
So how long will it take you to provide us a breakdown of the $25.5 million? You gave us 4 bullets here, 17.4, 1.1, 3, and 3.5. How long will it take you to give us a detailed breakdown of what that is, more than 4 bullets? With large pieces of equipment, large investments into facilities, structures, and what it actually means that you're doing to this to keep it operational for a minimum amount of time going forward, not 20 to 40 years.
Okay, I can get you the detailed breakdown for the first 2 items, the low bid price, and actually the 1.1 for construction management, we're still negotiating that, so we're not sure what the final number will be. But the last 2 are just budget items.
Okay.
Construction
So
management.
any equipment will show in the 17.4.
Yes.
Okay.
Construction management, what is that? Is that like a consulting we hired to make sure these guys are doing their work?
Yes, to make sure they keep them honest, make sure that all change orders are justified, make sure that they're meeting compliance when they're doing the job, daily inspections, providing all the required report for the federal SRF loan.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm not sure if there's anyone here in the audience wishing to testify, but, okay, hang tight. No, you guys hang tight in the back, and then we'll get public testimony, because I'm sure you guys will be called up after. So we have registered speakers, or? No? Okay, who's the first, Mr. Hart? Rules are suspended.
For the record, Bruce Hart. Okay, so I'm glad we've gotten past the who we're going to blame. And I realize that everybody at this moment is doing the best they can, but this is a surprise to me. Because I've been here every time this subject has come up, and I've listened. And knowing human nature, if you can get the existing plant into compliance and it's operating, are we going to go back in regards to the new plant? It just doesn't happen. Maybe the pressure that we're under right now is a good thing, because it's forcing us to have to make a decision. And I'm in agreement with Councilmember Cooley and Chair. Everything you've said I agree with, except, Chair, one thing. The vision we have in the new plant takes precedent over the money, but it is about the money too. And I think you would agree if you really think it through. From a constituent's viewpoint, a member of this community, the people have to pay for this. And so it's about the money. And we're going to spend money on bringing the existing plant into compliance to a point that we can, for however many years, depend upon it. So I am in complete agreement that this is where it must stop. We need a new plant. One of the things that I'm thinking about, do I have a misunderstanding? This is a sewer treatment plant. Just as an example, most of the Wailua house lots where I live and Chair lives is on cesspool, and it has to come into compliance. What would the effect if we say we woke up tomorrow morning and all of Wailua house lots was on this sewer treatment plant, the existing one? In other words, we're not dumping our waste into a cesspool anymore. We're dumping it into this plant. How much more would that be? And that's something, if you're looking long term, you're going to have to deal with, because cesspools are on their way out. So that's just one thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. First off, I want to thank you all.
Just gotta state your name.
Oh, yeah, I always forget. Tommy Passarella LaHuey. I want to thank everybody here. Felicia, I want to thank Mel, I want to thank Bernard for running for mayor. And I just pulled something up. I don't know much about wastewater. But one thing I know is if we limit the amount of water going into the plant, we could be in compliance. So imagine if we flushed half as much. Imagine if the hotels stepped up so they have a system to remove some impurities I mean, let's be honest, if you just had to get rid of urine, that's not a big thing. But if you just had to get rid of all the waste, you have to worry about where it's going. I just pulled it up, and I don't know much about Okinawa other than they're very healthy and people. The island of Okinawa has 1.7 million people. They have a ton of military, and they're only 500 square miles. So they're smaller than us, and they have 1.7 million people. Okinawa uses an advanced seawater reverse osmosis, which is SWRO destination technology, to combat water scarcity primarily through the daily capacity of Chatan. That's where it's located. The Okinawa Prefectural Enterprise Bureau manages this facility, which blends desalinated water with and provides fresh water to the mainland. The process uses membranes to remove 98% of impurities. I don't know if they utilize the UV technology that we're looking to do, but the UV technology is very, very efficient and very, very quick to remove a ton of stuff that we don't want going anywhere. How about if we had a self-contained unit where it currently is and that water did not go into the ocean? Combined with this technology that they use, it sounds like a state-of-the-art plant that would be tremendous for us to step up. We don't want to rush into just put Band-Aids on something. So if we could get into compliance, it might relax us, because this type of money is not something that we should take lightly, and I know that all of you take this serious. But we need to make this a priority to get into compliance so we could do a more relaxed decision to come up with a state-of-the-art plant. So when we do it right, the next time it will be done right and probably be way more efficient, way more cost-effective in the long run. I think it'd be a tremendous opportunity to get an expert company to look into what Okinawa's technology uses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? No, we'll call a meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Mr. Kohli?
I have more questions.
Oh, you have more questions? Okay with that? I will suspend the rules for Public Works. Yep, if you can have you guys back up, please.
Sorry, Donald, I forgot and I didn't write down in my notes quickly when you said it, but how long will it take you to provide the breakdown of the 17.4 million?
I think I can get it to you this afternoon.
This afternoon, okay. And then, when can you provide an electronic copy of the RFP that went out for soliciting the 4 bids that were received?
I can get you that this afternoon,
Okay.
through email, electronically.
And then, this one might take a little longer. When can you provide an estimate for the detailed breakdown of the 40 to 50 million that you're estimating for phase 3?
I'm not prepared to provide that. It's still in design.
So where did you even come up with 40 to 50 million? Like, how can you break that down to justify that's how you came up with that number?
Because when we were talking with the engineers, we asked them.
So maybe you can just follow up and provide something with whatever you talked with the engineers about.
Okay.
Okay, right. Thank you. And when can you do that?
That might take about a week.
A week, okay.
Yeah, hopefully.
And then the last 2 questions is, when phase 2 is completed, where will we be as far as operations and being in compliance? Just talking about phase 2 now. 25.5 million, additional 11.5 million.
We're going to be 10 times better than we are right now, but not still complete. Part of phase 3, and that we can start shaving. If the issue is just really compliance, we can start shaving that project down.
So 10 times better, but not complete. So is the answer is operations will be fine, but we will not be in compliance?
No, we will be in compliance a lot better. Let's put it this way, our assurance of meeting compliance will be a lot better than not having it done.
Okay, so we will be in compliance and operations will continue.
Yes, but there is...
I mean, we're not talking about a tsunami. If a tsunami comes,
Right.
we're screwed either way, right? Whether we do any of these improvements or not,
Right.
if a tsunami comes, we're screwed.
Right. There are portions of phase 3 that would be would help us maintain compliance.
So portions of phase 3 will help us maintain compliance.
Right.
So that was my last question.
Yes. I need to get the consultants involved.
Yeah, and you
in
can
that.
follow up
Right.
later too.
Right.
So is phase 3, the 40 to 50 additional million,
Yes.
required to make the investments that we're making in phase 2 worthwhile?
So if I hear you correctly, let's say we just want to be in compliance for the existing 1 million that we're producing, we can shave that number down quite a bit. If we want to get back to the 1.5 permitted capacity, then we need to do that project, phase 3.
So phase 3 is not required to make the investments in phase 2 worthwhile.
Yes.
You have
Phase
to
two.
you have to do phase 2.
Right, phase 2 is a standalone, right?
Okay, I still want all those things as soon as you can get it, and I won't be supporting today. So maybe we can defer it.
Mr. Cavallo.
And just to follow up on I asked this question before again, on the 14 million, the specific breakdown on the timing and the timeline for this existing facility. You have that?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Just the 14 million that we already have, right?
Oh, the original estimate did not have a detailed breakdown.
It didn't have a breakdown.
No, it was
I'm just
based-
asking if there was a
yeah.
breakdown of that money, so we can see exactly what the 14 million will give us today.
Yeah.
Because we have that, and then what the next steps would be, is all I'm saying.
Right.
I would like that.
Any other questions? I just have one more. Have we reached out to the low bidder to see if he is open to changing his position?
Yes.
And he said no?
Well, we did not ask him if he's going to change his mind, if that's a suggestion.
No, I'm asking if we reached out to him and said, hey, you know, the council has some questions and we may not be able to get this thing passed right away. Are you willing to hold your price beyond the... We've never reached out.
Not the second time.
So, okay.
But a deferral is 2 weeks. Are you saying your bidder is canceling stuff within 2 weeks? I mean, how much time
So
do
we have till the April 6th to award. And we need the funding secured to award, is my understanding.
You should have come to us earlier.
Yeah, I wish, well, again, normally we'd ask the bidders to hold their price and we'd have more time. But unfortunately, the low bidder does not want to extend their price. And that's why we're trying to leverage that low price by trying to get the funding approved sooner.
Yeah, well, that's his call, I guess, or her call. I'm not sure. But to me, if I want the job, I would be accommodating to the authority. You know what I mean? And if he wants to go down that road, well, good luck.
So, again, what I heard is this company is still trying to figure out what the right price is. They've been bidding a lot of jobs. They've been diving.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's irrelevant. To me, it's irrelevant. It is what it is. I mean, we gotta deal with what we have. That's what we have. And, you know, we're gonna base our decision on the information that we have and not the speculation. But again, I mean, if I'm bidding a job with the county and the county comes and says, hey, we're gonna need a couple more weeks so the council gets some questions. Otherwise, there will be no money because the council will say no. So that's up, you make the call, Mr. Bidder. You wanna play hardball? Go play hardball. We go to the next bidder. Yes, it'll cost us 3.9 million more, but that's the cost of doing business, I guess. Any more questions for?
I just like to thank you guys for bearing with us. As you mentioned, I don't think it's fair that we're doing this to you. But again, this is our last attempt at trying to salvage what we've got. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you know, Donald, every budget we ask you, every budget that I've sat in, we've asked you about needs for wastewater, and every budget you tell us we're fine. I'm just curious, what triggered this massive request all of a sudden when, you know, as far as we knew, yeah, we were funding emergency parts and stuff, but this came from nowhere, and I'm just curious, what was the trigger?
So we really didn't anticipate this big of a change in the bid. We actually reduced the electrical work. We went back during this period where we're redesigning, and we actually reduced substantially the electrical work. So we thought we would be within budget, and we're really surprised when the bids came in. I must say that some projects we only one bid, and when that happens, yeah, you got to think about rebidding. But this one we have 4 bidders, and if you look at the range of the bids, I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, but the 14 million estimate was 2009, right? Isn't that what you have in your presentation?
No, the estimate was actually based on the 2024 approval.
Okay. I'm looking at your presentation. That started in 2009 with a $14 million estimate.
Yeah, I was inferring that the 14 million was for the approval of the SRS.
All right. Okay. Any more questions? If not, thank you. Call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion, Mr. Any further? Go ahead, Mr.
No, I mean, I'm hearing that we want more information, so I'm just wondering if we're going to defer the item or what we're going to do, and then based on their timing, I think stuff needs to get approved before April 3rd, I think it was, but our next meeting would be April 1st, I believe. So just trying to see like what our plan is, I guess.
Don't we have a meeting on March 25th? We have a meeting on March 25th. Our next council meeting is on March 25th. 2 weeks. Go ahead.
Can I make a motion?
No, don't make the motion. No, I want to have the discussion before we make a motion to defer, because once we defer, there's no discussion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was looking at the wrong date on my calendar.
Yeah. Councilmember Cowden?
So, I'm inclined to vote to support the resolution, and that's because, like, when I look at the other bids, when they're 21 million and up to 30 million, my guess is that the low bidder is probably anxious to get out of it, because when we look at, we have a war going on, we've got all different kinds of things that are amplifying costs. If I was them, I would want out of that 17 million because costs are likely to go up and they have to take the loss. A difference between the 14 million and now, to the best of my knowledge, is that 3 million that got added on because of the NPDS challenge. At least I want to thank these guys. We did talk to them for a while. That's why I haven't been pushing on them real hard, because we already had the conversation before. When I look at a 66-year-old plant, and then we discuss how standards change, and in 2023 we had a whole new thing that created a higher wall. We've had engineer changes. Donald, thank you for kind of jumping in. I don't want to say post-retirement, but probably post what you could have retired at, you know. So we have that. I look at, we're going to have 14 council members that are going to be gone soon. We're going to have an upcoming change in administration. to me, this is a stopgap measure where it sounds like they're guard banding with a little bit more cash there just so they don't have to come back to us. That's at least, I'm taking them at face value. That's what I'm hearing. And so we've got our budget coming up. We've got all these things coming up. And I think it's really important that we get that clarifier in there and that we do, clean up that water. We have babies and, what do they call themselves, silver mermaids? We have Keiki and Kapuna all swimming just down the way there at Lidgate Park. I feel like, thank you for putting the work into it. I hear that you can't pull it back. I don't like that we got 6 days. I don't like that at all. But it very well may be that this time next year, it's full steam ahead on another plant and giving us guard banding on this. And it's not like you're going to have that clarifier is, you didn't buy a clarifier that's only built for 10 years. I mean, they wouldn't be able to sell them. So I'm inclined to just say yes and to move forward. I support everybody's ideas of trying to keep money down. But like he even said, how much we spend to just fix a pump. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Hada?
Yeah, I will. I'm frustrated by the conversation as well. I think it's been a really good discussion. I think we really need to be focusing on this long-term move, and I appreciate that that's the way that all of you seem to agree. For me, I also am concerned that the costs are going to go up and that there is urgency in moving on this because we do need to address that, but I only feel like supporting this if we are all on the same page, that we're not doing additional upgrades to bring it back up to 1.5, to continue this longer than it needs to go, and if we're fast tracking. So if we're allowing for extra money to allow for that, I'm fine with that. Like for me, I share the priority of like ensuring that the water is clean over the next 5 to 10 years as we build a new facility. I think we have to pay those. We have to, because we've gotten ourselves into this situation by not moving on a plant 15 years ago when we should have. So while I want the conversation to move in that direction, I want the money to move in that direction. I absolutely do not want to spend $70 million on a facility in Lidgate only to move it across the street 5 years after that. That just seems absurd to me financially. But in saying that, I want to invest the millions that it takes to ensure that that water is as clean as possible, as soon as possible, and that we are in compliance. Obviously, that's critical. So for me, it's like I'm inclined to support the funding if it is for that, and if we can agree that this conversation is not being spread into the next 1.5 million upgrade or return to capacity or future upgrades. And I'm not totally clear that I have that on the page. I'm not totally clear that we're on that same page, but it does sound like you guys are hearing us, and I do also want to thank you for your hard work, and meeting the lower requirements of the bacteria outfalls is critical. I don't think we really have a choice. We have to meet compliance. We have to deal with our wastewater. So to me, it feels like we're kind of in a hard situation of having to support this, but really all wanting to move away from investing in this facility, anything beyond what's absolutely critical. And so that's how I feel.
Anyone else? Mr. Kuli?
Yeah, I'm not ready to support this today. You heard all my requests. I'm assuming that when the information is provided to me, it'll be provided to all of you as well. We have time. It's short, but we have time for one referral, and we can get all this additional information, and I'll be able to make a better decision 2 weeks from now, but today I would not be able to support it.
Anyone else? Mr. Kanashiro?
Yeah, I completely understand where this whole conversation is going, not wanting to spend, money on a facility that we're going to move away from, but at the end of the day, it's money that is necessary. It's necessary for us to meet the compliance. It's not a fun position to be in, to have to vote on it. It's a hard pill to swallow. It's not a good position for anyone to be in, spending this type of money. But at the end of the day, it's necessary and needed. And so if we did vote today, I would be supporting it. But I'm also open to deferring and allowing everyone to get the information that they need in order to make their decision.
Mr. Kaua?
Again, I appreciate the discussion and being part of Public Works and all the information that has been shared, but at the same time, it's very important. We have an opportunity to look at deferring and getting the information in a timely manner. I know we have to open up for the discussion, but for me, I think it's important that we solidify the information as much as possible together, because it's kind of like all over. And so I would like to make a motion to defer.
Yep.
And
Later.
You tell me later. But at the same time, understanding the importance of this discussion, and we're all in it together, right? But I think that's where we're at for me, and I think the more information we can get right back as soon as possible will help us to move forward.
Anyone else? If not, I will, I'll try to be as nice as I can, but it is frustrating. One of the things about being on this council for so many years is you just have heard the same old thing over and over and over. And, we're starting a new budget, but we were just in a budget. And, this council has, I believe, one, maybe even two emergency resolutions for repairs for this facility. We knew this facility was in trouble a long time ago. 2009 is when the phase 2 design started. 2009, and that's 15 years ago. No, actually longer than that. 16 years ago. 17 years ago. And what we heard today was why it was never a priority project. Okay, so now, in a week, we get a resolution for $25.5 million, increased from $14 million. For all of a sudden, these issues that got to be resolved now, and we cannot wait. Cannot wait. Got to be now. Last budget, everything was fine. The budget before, everything was fine. This council has asked wastewater on a yearly basis, what do you need? We want to get this thing moved. We want to move this plant. This plant is antiquated. It's in a tsunami zone. This plant prevents us from expanding our housing for our local residents because we have a capacity on the treatment plant. This is throwing money on a problem that should not even be here. Harold, you're right. It puts us in a really tough position, but also it puts us as council members, as the overseers of this budget, we have that responsibility and obligation to make sure that what we are being told is in fact the truth and accurate. Because, that's a lot of money. And I'm not an engineer. And the fact that, you do a PowerPoint and this is what you're saying we need, I need to verify that. I need to go out and do my own due diligence. This whole project, and again, we had a meeting with them a couple of days ago on Zoom, and this project is part of another project which is phase 3, and I know some of you believe that's a different discussion. It's not to me. Phase 3 is part of this discussion because phase 3 is the plan that the administration has going forward. He already said it numerous times today, we're in the planning of phase 3. So that's their plan. And that plan will come with a $50 million price tag, again, on an antiquated facility that's in a tsunami zone that has limited capacity. Is that wise? Should we not be focusing our energies and our resources on the development of the new plant? Now, I know you heard them say we've been in this for 2 years. I can tell you that we too have been in this discussion for 2 years. And Councilmember Cowden said same time next year we'll be on board with the new plant. Well, you know what? Last year we said the same thing. Mm-hmm. Last year we said same time next year we'll be on our way with the new plant. And today we are nowhere closer to a new plant than we were. And I know this for a fact. I talked to the landowners that we were in discussion with. There is no movement. I'm just going to be real. There is no movement. Because all of the energy is focused on this plan, which this plan is to keep that plant open for whatever. We need to put the energy in the new plant. Mm-hmm. This is taxpayer money. It's not your money. I'm going to give you a scenario. You have a car that's worth $5,000 and it's broken, and you take it to the dealership, and the dealership says, guys, you know, the price of parts today is going to cost you $25,000 to fix your car that's worth $5,000. You're going to pay the $25,000? If this was your money. No. You're going to look for a car that's newer and more reliable, and this, we just cannot continue on this path of just, and it is about the money. It is about the money. It is about the money, but where the money is going to go to. My bigger concern is this council, right? Again, as I said, through all the budgets, through all the emergency procurements we've done, this council is the final stop. We make the determination. We cannot tell them what to do. All we control is the budget. So if we want to see a change in the movement of the administration, that's how we do it. We say, no, we don't want the money there, we want the money here. I am not convinced that it'll take $25.5 million, and I could be totally wrong. I will do my due diligence, but I do not buy into the fact it's going to take $25.5 million to bring us into compliance. I just don't. I don't believe that. And I'm not calling these guys liars. I'm just saying I will do my due diligence. I will talk to engineers. I will talk to firms that do this and find out what it costs. Because I just don't see what we need to do to keep that pump running while we look forward for the new plant at that cost. It's kind of high. That's significant. And we are not Maui, and I'm curious to see what a new plant would cost. And I really like the idea Mr. Cooley talked about. You get a 1.5 million gallon pump, or a facility, or 2 million that is expandable, modular expansions that we can get when we need, because as you can see, the need is not here right now. We don't need a 3 million gallon tank right now, facility right now. So why would we buy a 3 million gallon tank facility right now? So it's the whole, for me, it's the direction. It's not about the 25 million. We have allowed this problem to get to this point. Constantly being told that we're okay. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, we have this request for an increase of $11.5 million on a resolution that was already approved in 2024 for $14 million. I am not ready to vote, so I appreciate hopefully we can get this thing deferred for 2 weeks, but I will be asking a lot of questions, and I'll be expecting a lot of answers, because if there is no commitment, or I want to see a timeline of where we are and where we have been as it relates to the construction of the new plant. I want to see that timeline, because I've been in numerous meetings with different organizations, different companies, with our own administration, and I want to see where we at. I really do. Because one of the landowners that I spoke to immediately after our Zoom call told me that, no, we're just waiting for the county. Just waiting for the county. Apparently they weren't informed that we're moving on that plan. So there's a lot of questions before I say yes to this. But I do appreciate the presentation, of course. I don't like the fact that we get them with the pressure that we got to support them today. We got to vote today because some bidder said he's going to pull back his bid. Oh, well, pull him. Pull him. I don't want you working for this county if you got that attitude. I really don't. And my time is up. Go ahead.
Just one other quick thought, Chair, along the lines of what you've just shared too. Could we do a separate item soon, very soon, within the next few weeks, for the new plant options update? Maybe it could be on a committee week with the committee of the whole, or in the full council week. But in a few weeks, a new plant options update. And in that update, I think we could invite the state DHHL, because I think they have some stuff to share with us as well about the kind of partner they would want to be.
I would suggest we do that next week committee meeting.
Okay.
I want all the information before I vote on this resolution. I don't want to do it after the resolution is up. And if there is merit to this resolution, then I definitely want to see it passed. But I don't want to have the discussion for the new plant after the resolution comes up. So yeah, we'll schedule it for next week, and we'll invite DHHL.
So I have a process question. We can schedule it a week out, because you have that capacity. I thought we had to have 2 weeks, but we can do that. We can have them come next
No,
week.
the council has the authority, not just me.
Okay.
It's going to take a vote to move this item or a new item to the committee.
So but I want to have those, I would love to hear those people, and then is it possible,
No, next committee meeting.
which is next week?
Yeah, the 25th.
So like, I want to hear them next week, and then also, what about the land, Mauka of the bypass? I know that that's come up a handful of times. Usually what I'm hearing is that we want too much land. I'd like to hear like how we can.
Yeah, well, that's what the discussion will be.
So can we hear from both the HHL and the other one?
Oh, I don't know who the other one is. Who? Bette Miller is out.
She's out?
Bette Miller's out.
Because it's too much land we want.
Yeah, I mean, that one's done.
It's done.
Unless they change, but the last I spoke to the reps, it's done.
Is it done?
That was done, yeah, because we wanted too much. Anyway, but that's what we can discuss at that committee meeting.
And I'm just going to say for the record, I kind of like what she said. If we do this fix, because we got to do a fix, but I'm hearing the 25th can work. If we do a fix, doesn't mean that we have to do the other 40 million or the 50 million. So I'm happy to hear the people next week.
Yeah, well, you just got to remember that it'll be a whole new council. Or maybe 2 councils from now. The rate we go, it might be 3 councils
It
from
may be
now.
a whole new council, but what I'm also saying, when you gave this thing of like, where will we be in a year from now? There will be a different mayor, there will be a different council, and there will be a whole different pressure. So if we start this fix right now, for the meantime, it could be that there is a plan for a new sewage.
For me, it's going to come down, if I believe, and I'm not there today, but if I believe that we truly need $25.5 million to get that plant into compliance, of course, there's only one way to vote. I'm just not at that level right now. I just didn't have enough time to get the info that I need. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I'm not convinced that 25.5 is what the number is. I'm even more worried about the phase 3, but that's a whole different issue. Okay, is there any other discussion? If not, we will entertain your motion to defer.
I move to defer.
Second.
Moved and seconded, no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. With that, we'll take a lunch break. Okay, 45 minutes. Let's come back at, 1:45, 12:45. Ugh. We're ready. We'll call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, can we have the next item, please?
Chair, the next item is on page 6 of our agenda, bill for first reading, proposed draft bill number 2987, a bill for an ordinance amending chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax. This is regarding agricultural dedication.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on April 8th, and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Kanashiro, who is a co-sponsor.
And we'll just put it on the screen. Me and Council Chair Mel co-sponsored this bill. A little bit history on the bill. Alex Su from Aloon Farms, back in maybe like April of 2025, approached us and said, why are we getting taxed at industrial rate when we're doing ag on our property? And it was a big parcel, over 2,000 acres, that was getting taxed at industrial. And so he set up a whole meeting with a bunch of ag producers on the west side, included GNR, KAA, Kauai Coffee, KDB, Hartung, to talk about real property taxes and its implication and the ag dedication process. And so from that call, we met as a group on Zoom, and we came up with, and then from the information we got from them, I worked with real property tax, Scott and Damien and everybody, and we came up with a few changes to the ag dedication process, which should make it better for farmers. And so just in general, the changes are dedicated ag lands to be taxed at ag rate. And we included an expanded definition for ag use. We made it so that meat packing and processing operation is treated as ag use. And basically just try to make the taxing for ag dedicated parcels just more fair and consistent. And I do have a quick comparison worksheet, and just for everybody's information, the current way that we tax is at highest and best use. So that's why a facility like Aloon Farms, which was on ag, doing ag, was processing and had a building for processing, was being considered industrial. And so that whole entire parcel is being taxed at industrial rate, which the industrial rate is $8.10 versus the ag rate, which is $6.75. And so they said, it's not that fair. We're doing ag, we have dedicated ag, but we're getting taxed at an industrial rate, and we can't do industrial type activities on the ag land. So from there, we came up with these changes. So based on the comparison sheet, you can see the existing law, the proposed change, and then the benefits of change. I guess I'll just read the proposed change and the benefits of the change for everybody. So the first change is setting forth in subsection E, in which case it shall be classified as owner-occupied mixed use or has an approved dedication of land for ag use as set forth in section 5A-9.1, in which case it shall be classified as ag. So what that change does is, in the past, again, a parcel with an approved ag dedication could still be taxed at the highest applicable rate if there's mixed use on the property. So the entire parcel would be taxed at the highest and best use. With this change, the proposed change ensures that land with ag dedication can be classified and taxed at the ag rate, even when other uses are present on the parcel. This provides for fair treatment of dedicated agricultural lands and aligns the tax classification with the property's actual intended use. So again, if someone is farming on 1,000 acres and they have, say, a cell tower or a commercial building on the property, which takes up, cell tower in some cases, 500 square feet, an ag building maybe an acre, that whole entire 1,000 acres is going to be taxed as industrial. And so with this, it says that the ag land is going to be taxed at the ag rate. The next change is changing the definition for ag use to make it more flexible for ag users. So in this case, ag use means the active use of the land for production of agricultural products with the primary purpose of obtaining a monetary profit from income received from the sales of agricultural products. Agricultural use now includes, in the past it excluded these uses and pushed an ag person into the commercial industrial rate. So now we're saying it shall include selling, refining, processing, or distributing ag products on the dedicated parcel provided that greater than 50% of the vegetation or animals from which such products are derived were grown or raised on the dedicated parcel or another dedicated parcel of the same owner or tenant. So now you can do these uses and still get taxed at ag and not be penalized and be taxed at commercial or industrial. So again, the benefits of the change: the amended definition allows activities such as selling, refining, processing, and distribution of agricultural products to count as agricultural use as long as the majority of the product, 50% or more, is grown or raised on the dedicated parcel or another dedicated parcel of the same owner or tenant. This update expands the type of activities that qualify as agricultural use and ensures they're taxed at the agricultural rate rather than at a higher commercial or industrial rate. The change provides farmers with the flexibility they need to diversify, innovate, and capture more of the value of what they produce. Then the next change is to the agricultural use also, and this one's specific to slaughterhouses and meat processing. So agricultural use definition, continued agricultural use also includes meat packing or processing operations. And in the past, all of the meat packing and processing had to take place on the property and be your own product. And so we're expanding it to allow meat like slaughter facilities to be able to bring in other people's animals, process it, and still be taxed as ag versus industrial or commercial. So at the end of the day, the amended definition allows meat packing or processing operations to be treated as agricultural use and taxed at the agricultural rate, regardless of whether the animals are raised on the same parcel. This change supports meatpacking or processing facilities that serve the broader ag community, ensuring they're not penalized with higher tax rates while performing an essential role in strengthening local agriculture. So again, by allowing them to be taxed as ag and not pushing them into commercial and ag, industrial, they're actually providing a service to the ag industry. You know, someone raising cattle might not be able to get their dedication if they don't have a place to slaughter or a place to process their animals and sell. So a slaughterhouse shouldn't get penalized for taking them in and processing it. You know, it's a needed service for some of the ranchers on island. The next change is just a simple change, adding commercial or industrial to the commercial structure. Right now, commercial and industrial tax rate is the same. If that changes, we'll eventually need to adjust that definition. But for now, it's just making it consistent. And it's basically like a housekeeping item. And the final definition, the final change, which just makes the tax, clears up how we're supposed to be taxing commercial activities on ag land, is any portion of a parcel with a commercial structure, including land upon which the commercial structure is located, shall be separately assessed and classified as a portion's actual use with the highest tax rate. To determine the highest tax rate, if a class has tiered tax rates, the lowest tier tax rate shall be used. And so this proposed amendment clarifies that any portion of a dedicated ag parcel used strictly for commercial or industrial activities unrelated to agriculture will be assessed separately at its highest and best use, ensuring fair taxation while maintaining agricultural incentives for the remainder of the land in dedicated agricultural use. And those are the changes and the reasons. Those are the proposed changes and the benefits of the change. Again, it's just trying to, loosen it up so it's more fair and easier for ag. I think if you look at the landscape of agriculture on island, you can see that ag lands are shrinking. Large landowners are selling ag land. Farmers are having to move around. We did see like the recent Kaua coffee type issue. We gotta try and do what we can to make it easier for ag guys to survive. And this is simply what we tried to do based on, again, that initial call from Alex Sue about his property being taxed as industrial. So, Councilmember Cowden.
In general, I think I really like this. So the couple of questions I have, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding it quite right. So on number 3, where we're looking about the slaughter, it's a rough word, but yeah, the slaughter. How many slaughterhouses do we have?
Pretty much 2 that take other people's animals and process.
And then it seems like it's hard even to have them, right? We have the national standards that are really difficult, and there's all these challenges. Is part of the problem just the taxing too?
Taxing was one of the problems. You know, they're providing a benefit to the ag industry, yet by bringing in other people's animals, then that pushes them into a higher tax class, which makes them pay higher taxes on their property.
But so they've still been doing it even though they're paying higher taxes.
They got to.
They got
There's no
to.
other
Okay,
option.
okay.
Yeah.
So that seems like a good choice right here, right? And then just to make sure I understood quickly, because you were talking pretty fast, when there's a piece of property, and so let's say one building, I don't know what it would be, maybe they have a cell tower on their property, and then the rest of it's ag. This is saying that they'll only get charged for the cell. How do they decide how to charge for the cell tower? Because that was like a really big example we had. Somebody had like, 1,000 acres or some large piece, and they put a cell tower on, then all of a sudden their entire piece of property became industrial.
So the cell tower area is going to be taxed at commercial industrial, and the rest of the property that's in active agriculture and dedicated is going to be taxed at the ag rate.
So they would do a square footage.
Yeah, when they file their ag dedication, they already put what acres is in ag, what acres are in like a cell tower area and stuff. So.
Okay, so if they have, all right. Well, that's good. Did you do this?
Yeah.
It's good. Good job.
Thanks.
I mean, I know it had your name on it, but it might have been these guys. You know what I mean?
That was my request.
Does it? I know.
Thanks for the compliment.
No, it's good. I think that's a good improvement.
Well, we're trying. I mean, you see how difficult it's going to get for ag, especially with land prices getting higher. Yeah, it's going to get tougher for the farmers. So it's just basically trying to give them a little more wiggle room.
And it does have 2 names on it.
Yeah, Mel's. Yeah.
So sometimes these guys help a whole lot.
Well, we worked with them also because they got to be able to implement it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we worked real closely with real property tax on it. We're not gonna go and propose changes that they're gonna say like we're not able to do this.
Yeah. Sometimes they help.
They were very helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for helping them. It's good.
I just want to clarify on something. Also, the first change is the one that would address, like, the auntie is making jam from her mountain apples and she's selling it on the street. Her property is not going to go up from homeowner designation to commercial.
Would be the second change would be the one, yeah, because it allows for refining, processing, selling, refining, processing. In the past, those activities were excluded from ag use, so you would get charged as a commercial or industrial operation.
Okay, but it doesn't change your property taxes to an agricultural rate. It just doesn't.
It would be at agricultural rate because that's now an agricultural use.
Okay, so my property, for example, if I am selling stuff, do I go from homeowner to ag?
So if you're a homeowner, the best possible tax rate you can get is owner occupied.
Is stay on that.
Yeah, so you would stay as owner occupied.
Okay, so
yeah.
but in theory, if it was not owner occupied and it had the ag thing, it would go down to ag.
So if it was just a strictly ag parcel and someone had a building that they're growing their fruits or vegetables and processing their jam there and selling it, in the past, because they're processing and selling, it would have got pushed to the whole parcel would have got taxed as commercial. Now that use is an acceptable ag use, and that whole parcel will be taxed as ag and be ag dedicatable.
And it's also a permissible homeowner use to sell stuff on the road, so there's no risk to tax changes if you're nothing to do with ag, but just like homeowner status is not under risk for
you could
selling.
be commercial home use.
Right, but that's not homeowner use. That's mixed use.
Mixed use.
Yeah.
Yeah, if a homeowner is doing it, their best tax rate is the owner occupied.
And there's nothing that threatens that status for selling stuff on a farm stand, for example, in front of your house, because that was one of the questions that when I started looking at this, I was looking at.
No, because this is specifically for ag dedicated parcels too, yeah. Okay. So a homeowner that's selling something from their house is not necessarily going to go and dedicate
Right.
their house land.
So that's
to
almost
ag.
totally separate.
Yeah.
It is. It would go commercial home use if it did do something.
So this is
Well, we gotta address that
specific
separately
for
because people
yeah,
with
ag
farms
dedicated parcels.
I have another 2 questions.
Yep.
So, because I get this a lot. Somebody who has, say, a 3-acre parcel, this is all real story, by the way, produces a lot, then they want to put a like little food truck right on the side of their farm, so when people are driving by to go to the beach, they can give them smoothies or whatnot. And then, so they have been faced with a commercial use over that. Would that little food truck right on their property be?
That one, I'm not sure. They might have to get a use permit to do a food truck.
I know, I told them you might have to have it left.
They would probably have to get a use permit to do a food truck.
Okay, and here's another one, because this is one that I've been really pushed on. If you have a botanical garden, and really, it even just having tours doesn't even do more than break even. Right now, when that botanical garden is there, that is charged commercial.
Yeah, botanical gardens and real property tax can come up and help me if
Okay, maybe
they
they can
want,
come
but
up.
I don't think botanical gardens are an ag dedicated
Well,
use.
what if they're selling chocolate?
Would be just commercial. Yeah, or if Damien, you guys want to correct me or Scott, but yeah, botanical garden is not a ag dedicatable use.
Okay.
Based on the ag
Dedication.
Yep.
And so they couldn't get ag even. Because it's forced the botanical garden into sale.
I think maybe send a question to real property tax, maybe a specific question
All right.
on that one. Yeah.
I get these kind of questions all the time. I'd say this is going to help a lot of people, especially if you can make jam or you can make tortillas or whatever, and you can sell them and not somehow they feel like they're selling contraband, right? So
Yeah, so I mean, the 50%, it's arbitrary, that 50% of the produce have to be from your property or a neighboring one. But again, I think the point was you don't want someone with ag land just setting up a shop and buying everything from everybody and saying, oh, I should dedicate my land because I'm selling other people's produce. But it's only first reading too, so. Yeah, we did reach back out to all the people on the initial meeting. We did additional outreach like Farm Bureau and stuff.
how about Hawaii Farmers Union United? You should
I
definitely.
didn't have a contact for them,
I'll connect
so you feel free to forward them the.
The bill, that would be probably a really good one to come to one of their meetings, because they tend to be small, diversified farms who are the type who make things, so, and it's a really vibrant group. We had like 100 people, I think, at the last event, a few days ago, a week ago, maybe.
Yeah, feel free to get them in touch with me. I didn't know who the contact was for it.
So not to talk about it now, but just after COVID, you worked on a totally separate bill for the roadside stands and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
Yeah, the fruit stand one was to allow farmers to sell their produce from their property. Had to be a certain size. There was a maximum size they could get to. It couldn't be really big.
Yeah, but I don't think it had the food truck on it.
No, it didn't have food trucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
First reading.
Any other questions? Oh. Yeah, the farm stands was separate. Farm stands was at a time when no restaurants are open, hotels aren't open, farmers had a whole bunch of produce. They didn't know what to do with it or how to get rid of it. And at the time, you couldn't just set up a stand on your property and sell your produce. And so we made it an acceptable use. I don't think that's the best time for someone to spend sitting at a fruit stand, but it was what was necessary at that time that we did, and it's always an option.
All right, is there any other questions for the introducer? If not, is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify? This is first reading. Seeing none, any final discussion? If not, the motion is to approve.
She had her hand up.
I want to say one thing.
Sorry.
No, you're fine, Chair. I'm really excited about this bill, so thank you guys for working on it. One of the things I've been researching was some of these holes in agricultural designation, and the slaughterhouse one was one that had come up big for me this year. And so when I heard somebody else was working on it, I kind of backed off on this, but I'm really excited to see it hit the floor. I think this is wonderful, and I think it is really important as we support farmers whose costs are already going up with tariffs and all of the many challenges, invasive species, et cetera, et cetera. I am interested in knowing if the homeowner exemption status for farm stands, and we don't have to necessarily have it here, but moving forward into committee hearing, if it is possible to also incorporate that any kind of farm stand doesn't change your tax status on a homeowner. And I'm not sure that maybe this is not even the right place to insert that, but interested in that moving forward. But
We can ask the question to real property tax later, or taking it back to us before then. I'm thinking it'll end up being owner-occupied mixed use, which still keeps like the bumpers and everything, but we can have them go look at it. Provide the specific example, and then
just want to encourage as much people as possible to be, growing food and supporting food, even if you're like, I'm on an ag parcel, but I obviously live on my parcel, but I'd like to be able to sell what I have and share with the community. I think with food security being the concern that it is, we should be encouraging everybody to be sharing food and cottage farm kind of stuff happening. So thank you very much for working on this, Councilmember.
Again, I'll just say owner-occupied mixed use is still a excellent tax class to be in because it still caps your assessment. It can't go higher than 3% every year. The tax rates are just a little higher for that commercial use of your property, but it's still going to be more beneficial than dedicating your property to ag or anything like that. So that owner-occupied tax classes are it's the best.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to again really encourage you to come and I'll try and even set it up to come and talk to the Farmers Union, because this is a really good economic development driver for them. Probably a lot of people sort of do it anyway, but it's like they can't do it very openly, and there's a lot of finished product that comes off these small farms. There's a lot of passion in it, and so this is really good for that community.
I mean, I thought in general it's good for all ag, so.
But it's not good if they don't know about it, so you want them to know about it.
Anything else? If not, the final motion is to approve and set public hearing. Roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Pozo.
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excused.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is bill for second reading, bill number 2980, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number B2025-905 as amended, relating to the operating budget of the County of Hawaii, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund. This is for the ACFR.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Pozo.
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excused.
Thank you. Next item.
Next bill is bill number 2982, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number B2025-905 as amended, relating to the operating budget of the County of Hawaii, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund. This is for the Kauai Roads Parks parcel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or public testimony?
I just want to make the one comment. Good job, Parks and Fern, whatever level you had in this too. It's exciting that we've got a bigger park now up there and be able to address a lot of issues in Kapahi Park. So this is a real bright spot.
I guess I'll say something too, since I think there's one more measure on this, but this is exciting. I'm very thankful. I think that, as chair of Parks and Rec, being able to help shepherd this through, this was all the guys really, and Reiko and the team next door. But just learning that when I brought it up to them, that they were already working on it, that it was already in the works, everybody was already on top of it. I just think it's a really exciting thing to be a part of it all. I'm really excited to see the park expand, and I know the community is as well. So thanks for all the support, guys, and thank you so much, Director and Press and Reiko and everybody that have made sure that this happens. I think it's a lasting impact to our community that's going to be a wonderful addition and really improve generations of kids' access to sports in the park. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, the motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Pozo?
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excused.
And last item, please.
The last bill is on page 7 of our agenda, Bill number 2983, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number B2025-906 as amended, relating to the capital budget of the County of Hawaii, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund CIP. Again, this is for the Kauai Road Parks parcel.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Pozo?
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 excused.
Thank you. With that, there is no further business.